Come on in. Come on in. Come on in. Not come on in. Not come. Sorry, y'all. Y'all know I'm weird. Whatever.
Hey everybody, what's up? It's your girl BondyBlue. So let's go ahead. Hey everybody, what's up? It's your girl BondyBlue. Okay, follow me on Instagram and let's get into the video, right?
Hey y'all. What's going on, everybody? Hi y'all. We're back for another BondyBlue show. Happy Wednesday, happy hump day. I hope y'all are enjoying your day, your evening, because I see somebody from Germany. Come on now. 7:32 p.m. Okay. Listen, I'm about to go into a Jill Scott. I'm not going to do it. I don't have time for this. Okay. We got topics today, y'all. We got Justin Bieber. We got Megan Thee Stallion. We got the Diddy trial. But before we get into all of that, y'all, I was thinking about something. Y'all know I do a series called Now That We're Grown. And I haven't done it in a minute because it's something I do when I'm inspired, not when I'm forcing myself to do it for the sake of making content. And I need to have something that's like that because this is the making content just for the sake of making content, even though I enjoy it. And I'm always like, as soon as I get online and see somebody saying something stupid, I'm like, oh yeah, I can get online today. Let's do it. Like that's just how I am, girl. Okay. But I was thinking about my Now That We're Grown series. And if y'all have been looking at my homepage, my community post, if y'all have seen it come up on y'all timeline, I was thinking about redoing or really doing, hold up. I wonder if it's going to give me a copyright strike if I play this trailer. We're going to see. I'll edit it up and cut it up later, but I want y'all to see this. So this is the movie I was talking about, y'all. This movie is called Greedy. I'm spinning. I don't know why. Am I here? Y'all seeing me clearly? What's going on? Talk to me. Hold up. I want the comments on the stage. Let me see if it's going to do it, bitch. They're going to put the comments on the stage. Y'all got to comment and say something, I guess, for it. Oh, there we go. I'm good. All right. So Greedy. Greedy is like one of those movies that I know a lot of people don't know about, but it's one of my favorite movies for a couple of reasons. It's hilarious. And we're going to get back into Now That We're Grown. But the reason why, y'all, is because I don't think I ever realized how terrible the main character played by Kirk Douglas, Michael Douglas's daddy. This movie has Michael J. Fox in it. I loved Michael J. Fox movies, especially of the 90s. Like there's another one that I really love with him and Lisa Vidal. Okay, so when y'all hear me talk about Sunburst cookies, light of my day, that's what that comes from. I love me some Michael J. Fox. Okay, I'm praying for him because I think I forgot the name of the illness that he has, but that's my guy. I really love him. So let me get into the trailer for this, but I just want y'all to see something.
Cordially invite you to the Joseph McTeague estate, where the entire McTeague family is eagerly waiting for their beloved Uncle Joe to die.
No. My lawyer says I can turn all my money over to one person.
And who would that be?
Me! Forget it. They don't deserve anything.
You bastard! Whatever happened to
Oh my God.
everyone? This is Molly. They think I'm going to give her all my money.
God knows I'd give her all my money.
Her tongue is practically in his wallet.
She seems to spend most of her time swimming in the nude.
Oh.
When she's through with him, there'll be nothing left of him but a smile and an old hat.
Can I ask you a personal question?
All right.
What are your breasts doing on my uncle's eyebrows?
Isn't our self-respect worth more than any inheritance?
No!
Excuse me a second. So you're interested in money, huh?
And $10 just coming here. I get another 20 if I kiss you. I'm thinking about it.
From the producers of Parenthood and the director of My Cousin Vinny comes a comedy about a family like yours.
You wouldn't hurt Daddy.
And mine.
Let's go break the piñata.
Only a lot more.
Oh, I had no idea just how sick you guys were.
Greedy.
Come spend a day with us.
Michael J. Fox, Kirk Douglas, Nancy Travis, Ed Begley Jr., Olivia Dalma, and Phil Hartman. Greedy. Where there's a will, there's relatives.
Okay, I'm playing it for y'all. Okay, just so y'all can see what I'm talking about. But here's the key thing about this, right? The key thing about this is Michael J. Fox plays the character of this kid, right? Where he has left the family, he's not around. The other family members have stayed around because their parents stayed around. His dad was like, I'm done with this shit. There was a birthday party back in the day, like in the 70s. And Michael J. Fox's dad is like, you're a bad person. Like they're arguing over the migrant workers and how the people who are picking the grapes are treated so badly. This is a conversation that these people having a back in the day, right? And their family. One side is y'all, this this is wrong that you handle these people like this. Not the grandfather, but the greedy character Kirk Douglas, okay, the uncle that everybody's waiting to die. Says, man, the migrant workers can go screw each other in Macy's window. Okay. And after that, they just were never cool again. So Michael J. Fox's dad takes him and his family away and does a lot of work all over the world trying to help people. Meanwhile, you have the uncle still here being greedy, right? Kirk Douglas's role. And the rest of the family is trying to keep the money from the new girl, the new young girl who's delivering pizza to his house. And he asked her to stay. I'm sure she's already been out here having a hard life. She knows she's beautiful and she knows that he likes to watch her. He likes to be around her. So she's fine with it. He's a little mean to her, but he gives her money, nice place to stay. Okay. But she has not slept with him. She has not slept with him. And at some point, it becomes like a fight between Michael J. Fox and the girl. And at first, everybody has like pure intentions. And that's what I really, really wanted to focus on about this. Kirk Douglas' character is Diddy, y'all. Kirk Douglas' character is Diddy. What happens? They make you feel like, oh, here y'all come. I know y'all want my money. I'm so aggravated. But really, these are the only people that show up for you. You've been holding your money over their head, right? You force them to be these weird, sycophantic, nut jobs, as was said in the movie, about the money, to where they're going to these extreme lengths. And I mean, they investigate each other. They tear each other apart because they're trying to make the other family members look bad so that they can get the money from old Uncle Joe. Okay? Uncle Joe knows this. He's having fun watching them fight over his money. It was actually entertaining for him to bring in the young girl and watch how they responded. They went all the way somewhere, had somebody investigate to find little what was his name on the movie? Michael J. Fox's name, Danny, little Danny. Okay, so at first, Danny is not into this. He was raised by his father, but the way Uncle Joe corrupts him is by using his sympathy. One day, he goes to Uncle Joe's mill. He owns a steel mill. That's how a lot of these old ass niggas be making money. They make money like in these ways that black people have no access to. Like I live in an area where you notice how most of the waterfront is bought up by white boys who own like mill plants and shit where they take scraps and break them down. That's what Kirk Douglas' Uncle Joe did, right? So he makes millions and millions and millions at this. And Danny comes by to apologize because he brought up money, because he is a bowler. His wrist is fucked up. He was offered an opportunity to go into a business, but it would be $300,000 he did not have, right? He's also dating a very successful woman who makes him feel inadequate because she's doing so well, right? So he brings it up to Uncle Joe because Uncle Joe is fucking loaded. Right? But he realizes that if he takes something from Uncle Joe, look what it's going to cost me something, right? So he goes to him to apologize. I'm sorry I even brought up the concept. Maybe I'm not sorry I brought it up, but that's not why I'm here. That's not why I showed up. Not for real. Like, I don't want it that bad. That's the thought process, right? Yes, you want the money, but you're telling yourself, I don't want it that bad. Uncle Joe has him there, and then he pretends, y'all. We don't realize he's pretending at the time, but he gets on the phone, calls somebody that he does business with. Hey, I need y'all to come and pick this up. And the man is like, we've been out of business for 25 years. You're like, what do you mean? I talk to him every day. So now he feels sorry for him. He feels sorry for him. He feels like he's an old man that doesn't even know that a business has been out of business for 25 years. Like, he's not all there anymore. He has all this money and he has these crazy ass family members around him trying to milk him for this money. So now he's protective of Uncle Joe. So now he's hanging around because he wants to be protective, but he gets to get the money and the pool and the dinner and all of that. But at the same time, the girl is still there and he's still getting the girl's attention. Him and the girl go out of town. Danny flies all the way to DC where they are to make sure they aren't fucking, because then he knows either you're going to kill him or he going to give you all of the money without thinking about it. Danny is now doing the dirty work for the rest of the family members, but he's telling himself it's for the right reasons. Why? Because Uncle Joe manipulated him into feeling sorry for him. That's what trauma bonding is like, y'all. Once the person convinces you that they require protecting in some way, even though they have all of the power in the situation, you still feel like it's your job in some way to protect them or defend them because they were being nice to you at some point when they were treating everybody else like shit. Because to be clear, when Danny was young, you know, there's this clip from back in the day from the tape, Uncle Joe got money. So he got somebody in there recording this shit, right? And the tape comes, where is Uncle Joe's special boy? And the first cousin that shows up to the house as a kid runs up, here I am, Uncle Joe. Uncle Joe says, get in touch with reality. And then he go looking for Danny. So now you got to understand how these kids have been told by their parents to kiss Uncle Joe's ass. Uncle Joe treats the kids like shit. The kids are now grown, waiting on him to die so that they can take his money. It's not the kids' fault for real. They're adults now, but you see how they've been brought up in this, right? Danny, on the other hand, has the illusion of thinking that he's there for the right reasons, when really he's enjoying the luxuries as well. Uncle Joe knows this. I'm going to do spoilers because it's an old ass movie. At the end of it, we find out not only did Uncle Joe pretend to be poor to get rid of the other cousins, and back in the day, you're like, oh, that's so good. Uncle Joe got him off him. But when you really think about it, how manipulative and fucked up do you have to be to hold your money over people their entire lives, and then when you find a new supply, somebody that you actually like a little bit more so you don't have to deal with those people, you tell them you lost all of your money so that you can test Danny and see if he really loves you. Well, Danny does really love you because his daddy gave him some real morals. His dad gave him morals. And at some point, before Uncle Joe pretends that he loses everything, he says, and this is the moment, y'all, that I realized this was like a Diddy type story. Uncle Joe says to Danny, you know, Danny, why don't you call your father? Why don't you call him on the phone and tell him that you understand now that you need what I have, not what he has. And he was wrong and I was right. And you need me. That's the same thing as Diddy asking Cassie to call him Pop Pop. You know what's the same thing like that? It's triangulation. But also, like, it's the same thing as corrupting all of these spaces that you feel safe in your mind with your family. So you feel like there's nowhere to run, like there's nowhere to go. But it's also a way to control you. In this moment, he's asking this man to say that he needs his money more than he needed his father's love. And that's not true, because by the time we get to the end of the movie, what we understand now that we're grown is that if it wasn't for the morals and the love that his father gave him, he wouldn't have been there for you when you pretended that you lost everything. And this is how it gets even more manipulative, y'all, because Danny didn't really have shit. So they end up moving, like they're setting up to move into his girlfriend's place, right? Nancy Travis, beautiful ass back in the day. Okay. But they pretend like they're going to move into Nancy Travis's beautiful fucking apartment, by the way. And he's just like, I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. He says, I want to go back to my mansion. And they're like, Uncle Joe, you lost your mansion. And he's like, look outside. Outside the window, you see the young girl and you see his servant who's been with him since forever, because his daddy was the original servant. And they standing outside waving to let him know that he didn't lose anything. And he turns around and he says, I'm richer than shit. And he's sitting in a wheelchair. This entire movie, he's in a wheelchair and people are picking him up and moving him, like playing like an invalid. At the end of the movie, when he says, I want y'all to come and live with me, I'm going to take care of y'all. And we think this is, oh, Uncle Joe, we think this is the happy ending. And then Joe gets his ass up out the wheelchair and walks the fuck out. And this is when you realize how manipulative Uncle Joe was. But when I was a young person, when I was a kid watching this movie, you were happy that now they get to have all of Uncle Joe's money. And now Uncle Joe gets to have people that really care about him around him. Now that I'm an adult, I realize Uncle Joe is a fucking narcissist and he's the problem. And he basically slutted the other family members out until he couldn't anymore, found a new supply, discarded them. And now that he has this new fresh supply, he's going to move them into his house, make them dependent upon him. But the idea is that he's an old man, so eventually he will die. Yet and still, we see Trump still walking around. This is the movie, y'all. The movie is called Greedy. But I feel like one of the reasons why I'm so good at understanding certain things to a very personal level is not only my own experience, but how I engage with the content that I watch. I really like watch things open-minded and I immerse myself in whatever the movie is, whatever the show is. So I allow it to take me where it's trying to take me, right? A lot of people don't watch like that. But when you watch like that, then you remember how these very intricate things can take place. Like what Danny said to his dad, because he put on this whole show, making Uncle Joe think that he was actually choosing him over his father, but he actually had a paid actor because he would never really, to his dad's face, tell his dad that I need what this nigga got more than you, because he don't really believe that. Still a little mad at his dad because his dad would make him give away good toys to the poor kids. And it's like, everybody's parents who are actually good parents kind of did shit like that. Not all of them, because some of them motherfuckers is not good parents. They doing that to hurt their children. But for the most part, you do it so your children know that they need to share what they have and not hoard, not be like that. Because as they get older, that becomes an issue in the world where you feel like you need to be hoarding every fucking thing to everybody's detriment. And so that movie actually ended up being way deeper than I think we were paying attention to, especially because we're still having the same type of arguments that Uncle Joe and Danny Sr. were having at that dining room table, which is that there are those of y'all that have it and y'all don't give a fuck about nobody else. And the goal is to manipulate people into wanting to be around you because you have money, because there's no other reason they would want to be around you, because you're a shitty person. Like, okay. So like, this is one of them times where I was just like, if you watch this movie, then you would understand how Diddy would be able to sink his teeth into people by pretending to be weak, pretending to be a person that has, like, when Cassie talks about the time that they spent alone, I bet you any money, the time they spent alone, he is pouring his heart out to her about all the times, all them other suckers that had made him famous then left him. Y'all remember that from What's Got to Do With It? Oh, you trying to leave me like all them other suckers I done made famous. That's what he did to Tina Turner. Anime was giving that same thing. The very first date, I make all this big. And you know, every single one of them, when they get big, they leave me. But you know what? That's all fitting to change. It's a game from the fucking beginning. But we about to get into the show. I just wanted to give y'all a little intro, a little something y'all didn't actually ask for, but you know. But we about to get into the thing, y'all. I'm gonna take a quick break. Y'all show me some love, so I gotta go get Olivia because it's too hot for her to just sit at the front door today. So hold on. Anywhere you go, give it on. Anywhere you say, anywhere. Right. Which play on her abandonment issues. I'm a hoarder, but I give stuff away too. I had a lot of things taken away. Nah, I get it. There's always a psychology behind it. So it's not to make anybody feel bad. It's just to make us be, aware. You want to be aware so you can do better. That's all. Like R. Kelly telling women he couldn't read. Also telling people that he was assaulted as a child. Cam Newton telling everybody ain't nobody gonna love me. They ain't gonna really care about me if I don't have money. All that shit. Yeah, love. I'm gonna get into a lot of stuff. That's what the MTS stands for, Megan Thee Stallion. That's what MTS is. If y'all ever see it, it's too much to type, and they got too many Megans. Okay. Oh, you talking about Tina Turner's abandonment issues? Yes. All right, well. So let's start with Chris Breezy. I want to start with Chris Breezy, because I know the folks are happy that he's gonna go back on tour. Chris Brown has been released on bail in a UK assault case. He was charged with a serious assault and had been arrested at Salford last week. He was not present in court when Judge Tony listen, I'm not going to do that. When Judge Tony granted him bail on Wednesday, Chris is accused of attacking a man with a bottle of Don Julio before stumping it out, Suge Knight style. Initial reports said that he is facing up to 5 years. It is now believed that he might take a plea deal. He's definitely gonna take a plea deal, Jesus. Here's him coming out of the jail.
Videographers and stuff. Lauren, I feel sick.
Oh, please. Oh, my God. Can we open the door and wait?
Is that? I can see him. I can see him in the back. Woo! He's in there, guys.
I can't even see him in the back. Was he lying down?
So all the pats are facing it.
All the white girls with the BBLs. Come on. So y'all, everybody, listen, they're so excited. They get to go and see the violent abuser perform again. Hallelujah. So my whole thing is that I feel like it's weird. It's weird for y'all like to live in this system and ignore the fact that Chris Brown is like somebody that literally goes around harming like regular people. Like, like he just be at a bar. He just be at a club. He just be at a show. And then somebody end up getting shot, hit upside the head with a fucking bike. He likes hitting people upside the head. I have heard him hitting people upside the head a few times. But to me, he's not safe for society. But, as long as they can imprison him into performing on stage, I guess y'all feel good about it no matter what. But I'm going to just say this. All the people out there that's mad because he got released, please don't be mad that he got released. And I'm about to tell y'all why. He can't keep this up. At this point, Chris Brown is performing. Y'all have this urgency for him to perform because y'all want to see him. But he needs to perform so that he can pay for all of the shit that he's doing. Everybody keeps acting like, he's not this violent person. They think that he can be saved. They think he's a good person that's trying to be better on some level. And that's fine. But eventually, what will happen is that you will only be performing to pay off lawyers' fees and settlements because you're out of control of yourself. And when you perform that much at that level, you're probably going to need some aids. You're going to need some help. You're going to need some medications in order to get you through your performances. And also, you like the party, you like the club. So you're going to, you're going to get medications for the fun stuff. And then you're going to get medications so that you can get back out there on stage. Eventually, this will cause what ends up happening all the time, which is the mental break, right? You're on these substances. You're overworking yourself. You're stressed out. And you're already a violent, abusive, I'm not going to say rapist, but that's what I think. This is already who you are, right? So I'm not upset. And I am happy that everybody else who's so happy he's going to perform and all of that, I'm happy for y'all. I'm so happy for y'all. I think this is just a moment of we're just going to have to wait and see. But if I know life like I know life, he's going to self-implode at some point because he's working himself to the bone so that he can pay for all of these mistakes that he keeps making. And I think what I what I hope I showed y'all in that last live when I was talking about all of the different times that he showed up in the news for whatever reason, that most of that was him getting into fights, getting into brawls, hitting people and assaulting people. Most of those issues have been happening consistently since 2008, 2009, whatever the fuck the year was, right? So for the past 20 years of him being in the industry, Chris Brown has repeatedly got into altercations, abused people, and paid to get away with it. You paid lawyers' fees, you paid the person off. There's a lot of settling shit out of court. So to me, unless you were able to pay everybody up front, you probably are paying a lot of people you've harmed out of pocket. So, because remember we talked about the manager from 2016 that he assaulted, another man who was working with him trying to fix his image. He assaulted that man, and that man did not eventually get his settlement finished until 2019. So that means you still probably either paying out of pocket or just coming off of paying out of pocket for the 2019 assault that you did. Let's not even talk about the ones that we don't know. The very first assault case that he was accused of that he settled out of court. I'm sure you had the money back then, so that might not be an issue right now. But the way he continues to get in trouble, the way he continues to have these fights and these altercations when he's out places, he is racking up legal fees. He's not going to be able to continue to pay for all of this shit. First of all, hold up. Chris Brown sued for money, loans. Hold up. I need to look up the story again because I be forgiven. Chris Brown is being sued for $2 million by City National Bank over an unpaid loan used to purchase 2 Popeyes restaurants. The bank claims Brown and other investors, including The Dream, owed $2 million in unpaid principal and interest. The lawsuit, initially filed in Georgia, has been refiled in Los Angeles. Okay, so there are loans to me. This is the example. Sued. It's either because he's not handling his business appropriately or because he keeps assaulting people. He keeps hitting people, fighting people, and grape juicing people. And now he's suing Warner Brothers for $500 million over the documentary, which I don't know if he'll get that. Yeah. So to me, I just feel like settlement after settlement, that money, music does not make that much money anymore. He's trying to get these other businesses going so he can have these other forms of income, but you defaulting on those loans. Okay. So that means that it's a lot of, Chris needs to pay. Like Chris got to make this money, y'all. And Chris has to make a lot of money. Chris can't just make no little bit of money. Chris got to make a lot of money. So that's why he needs to perform. That's why he needs to tour, because most artists are making most of their money from touring. So if y'all feel like, Chris Brown is just this good guy that keeps having these setups happen to him over the past 20 years, that's fine. We'll just see how it all plays out. But right now, if we look from back when the Rihanna thing happened to now, you have been consistently accused of assault, whether sexual or just physical violent assault. You've been accused of that several times over the past 20 years, to the point that you now have probably a financial deficit because of it. You are not in control of yourself. Eventually, you're going to self-destruct. That's what I think. That's what I think. Okay. Bruno Mars, I feel like, is into his situation because of gambling. Offset is another one that got situations because of gambling. So everybody got their vices, but they got regular vices like everybody else. Just like they got a whole bunch of niggas that like to beat ass. He got out for $6 million, y'all. And I don't know what the London, the UK rules are. Out here in America, you pay 10%. So he would have had to pay what? How much? What's 10% of $6 million? Y'all know I can't count. Okay, hold up. What's that? Tell me, y'all. Put it in the comments. Math people. Okay, Y'all don't come to me for Matt. Y'all come to me for people. Okay. Let me see. I literally told my homeboy the same thing about Chris Brown last week. When Chris starts doing back-to-back tours, he owe people some money. Oh yeah. 600K. So he had to pay $600,000. He had to pay $600,000 to get out so that he can go and tour. And I wonder how much he's projected to make on this tour. Let's see. How much money will Chris Brown make on tour? Okay. So his 11/11 tour is projected to earn him a total of $80 million. He has already earned $9 million from just the first 3 shows. Okay. So he's supposed to make $80 million. For everybody that feels like, Chris Brown is being held back in some way because of his violent behavior, not really. If you can still make $80 million off of a tour, you're not really being held back like you think you are, my bro. You're not, because people that are really being held back don't even have the option to go and get $80 million so that they can pay. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, look, $9 million already made. So basically, he already know, okay, boom, I just made $9 million. I know that's probably for something else. But y'all also not thinking about living expenses, his children, how many cars, how many houses, like money is coming out every month. How much money is going out compared to how much money he's making? You also, the amount of money you're making on tour, what about how much money do you have to pay back on the tour? Because you always have to pay money back on the tour, like money to the people who you have on the tour with you, okay? Then on top of that, is that the whole amount, or that's before taxes? Right. And he charges $1,000 for each. So he is able to continue to make money so he can knock y'all upside the fucking head or assault y'all when he feels like it and just pay it off. That's what he's learned. Like, why would Chris Brown ever stop being violent with people? Why would he ever grow up, tone the fuck down, chill the fuck out, when he can literally do anything? And as long as he can make some good music, dance, he can just pay for it. He can fuck over you and then he'll just pay for it. So you'll be walking around here for the rest of your fucking life scarred and bruised because that nigga didn't beat your ass, not walking right ever since, whatever the issue may be. But hey, he can just pay you or pay somebody else and it'll go away. And he can just continue on to be Chris Brown and have people validating his bullshit. So yeah. Production costs for tours, which is why B produces her own. Hold up. It moved. It moved. Oh, trying to cut out middlemen and make more profit. Right. Bondi, could it be pretty privileged as well? Oh no, I mean, this goes without saying, right? But I feel like you don't necessarily have to be pretty in order for this to work. But for the women who this may not work on, if he wasn't like attractive, yeah. Because I do think there is a group of women that if somebody else like Trey Songz do these same things, you don't care. You don't like him. Like if he falls to the wayside, girl, you are not bothered. Chris Brown, on the other hand, because he fits a certain, a stereotype that Black women like. Yeah, absolutely. I think him being attractive helps, but he's famous. So him being famous on top, like just the fame creates that halo effect that normal people create with their good looks. But yeah, anybody that's paying to see him, like paying that $1,000 to, all of that, yeah, that's helping him get away with knocking people over the fucking head. Absolutely. But that's life. Because people think he's cute and think he has sex appeal, they ignore his violent behavior. And also people are conditioned to think that type of violent behavior is attractive. There's so many women out there that are telling us how they would love to be beat on by these men. As if most of y'all not getting beat on by broke niggas, child. He's scary looking to me too. I feel like he don't even need to be scary looking. Like I've just heard about a lot of things that he's done. Like I don't need to hear like too many stories of somebody being a unsafe nigga for me to be like, yeah, I'm all right. But yeah, this y'all came. And I'm glad y'all, y'all get to have that. Congratulations, everybody. Let's move on to the white people news. First, let's start here.
Also, I got to ask, Father's Day is just around the corner. What would an ideal Father's Day look like for you?
Hey, just having fun, man. Making movies, big adventure, having a great time.
Girl. I'm gonna play it again. But I noticed on my timeline, my recent stories had a lot of white people. And I know how y'all like to act like the white people don't have the same shit going on with them. It's just us. But I feel like it's only because you're only looking at us. You're not looking at them. They have all kind of shit that be going on that the black people don't talk about on the blogs, and that you only find out if you on white side of Twitter or TikTok. Then you might find out about the shit that's going on with Justin Bieber and all of them. But outside of that, don't nobody know what be going on with them people. We don't care. They're not interesting enough for us to give a fuck. I saw somebody talking about, as far as Diddy, they didn't do Brett Favre like this. And I was like, why would they? Who the fuck cares about Brett Favre like that? Yes, the justice system is doing their job. The coverage of it is not as big because black people don't care. That's not because we're trying to protect them. It's because we don't care about them. But they getting reprimanded. They may not get in as big a trouble, but my point to the person in my comments, I was like, well, yeah, of course, nobody gives a fuck about Brett Favre the same way they care about Diddy. Diddy was more influential, period, over white and black culture. Diddy is more influential than Brett Favre. I'm sorry. But Diddy was able to be in several different sectors. It's all entertainment, but Diddy's in several different sectors of people's lives in the 90s and the 2000s. From the suits they wear, to the music they listen to the TV shows they watch, to the proactive commercials, there's a difference in influence when it comes to a Brett Favre versus a Diddy. But I made the point that, Chris Brown is getting the Brett Favre treatment. Chris Brown is a perfect example of how the white men get away with shit. Whenever y'all want to act like, oh, y'all always... No, Chris Brown is the perfect example of how white men get away with shit. It's the same thing. The stories come up, they pay settlements, they go away. You can Google this shit about some of these white men. You can Google some of this shit. It'll come up. I might talk about it on here, but it'll come up and it'll go away. That's just how it is. That's just how it is. But there are plenty of black people who the stories come up and they go away. It's no different. Okay, so I just wanted y'all to peep. But this right here, y'all, this is problematic because I just wanted to tell y'all what I saw. First of all, y'all know Tom Cruise is a nut butter. I don't think he's all there. The Scientology thing, the movie star thing, the Caucasian rich short man thing, the Katie Holmes thing. His energy is very weird, but the Nicole Kidman situation, because I know Tom Cruise from back in the day when it was him and Nicole Kidman. That's how far I go back with my memory of these Caucasian people. Okay. And to me, I feel like he continues to be able to do these little abusive things in the background. I think that Tom Cruise is probably a fucking siren. Not a siren, child, a tyrant. Okay. They have jokes on Family Guy about Tom Cruise and how somebody had to cut the lights, had to cut the electricity so the men in Katy could escape from the compound. Okay? That's how people think. In white people world, as much as they'll still go to his movies and all of that, there are jokes on Family Guy about how Tom Cruise was keeping some very attractive gay men and one woman imprisoned. What that sound like to y'all? But they ain't got him caught up on no charges though. Ain't nobody came out and said nothing. For real. All right, come on now. But he don't have no relationship with his children. I just want y'all to know. He ain't got no relationship with his children. He said he won't make movies. What? I'm gonna let him say it again so y'all can just hear how delusional they are. But this is the thing: as they get older, it becomes clearer and clearer. When you're young, you can't see it because they can hide it better when they're young. But as they get older, oh, that shit be seeping out they cores, nigga, crazy.
Also, I got to ask, Father's Day is just around the corner. What would an ideal Father's Day look like for you?
Hey, just having fun, man. Making movies, big adventure, having a great time.
Also, I got to ask, Father's Day is just around the corner. What would an ideal Father's Day look like for you?
He said having a great time. I don't know. It just felt like having a great time. It sounds like when somebody at the party being interviewed and they know they got to say they're having a great time, but they actually hate it. That's what Tom Cruise sound like right there. So I just want y'all to know, nobody's talking about it. But what this tells me is Tom Cruise has issues with his previous baby's children, mothers, and all of that. He has an issue with his family. He's not good to his family. You ain't even got to tell me. You don't have to tell me. The kids and the ex-wives probably hate that nigga. Just from this alone. Nah, just not from this alone. Y'all know I'm adding up the years now. Okay? But yeah, just we don't have to get it. I would love a story. I would love somebody to come out and say some shit. But we don't have to get the story in order to look at him and see that nigga crazy. He's probably getting away with all kind of illegal shit. Absolutely. Let's press on. Where else were the Caucasian people at? Baby. And I think this happened because Candace Owens is listening to the black people on this side of the internet. Because y'all know we are on different sides for the most part. But there are certain people on our side that are so fucking ignorant. They're Trump supporters, right? The black side of the internet is different than the white side of the internet. Y'all know this, okay? That's how you knew you couldn't trust. As soon as I saw the representative in the Tory Lane situation, which we're going to get to, after I finish these white people news. If you see a Trump supporting Republican, bitch, I want you to run. Don't argue with me, bitch. Just run. Just run. Don't sit up here and try to have like an argument with me so that you could best me. Hey, nigga, run. Okay? Let's stop. Let's listen.
Not commit these crimes. I swear that before God and the people watching now and on my family. The people who support me are scared to talk. They are frightened to death.
You mean like the people who was afraid to say what you did? Y'all, the flipping, the Jedi mind trick motherfucker, like yikes.
That they're going to be canceled.
What I always found to be problematic about the Me Too movement from the beginning, we're conflating he made a pass at me and I didn't like it with rape.
We're not conflating it, love. We're not conflating it. We're not conflating it. He was accused of actual rape. The fuck? The fact that Candace is being platformed by Hollywood Unlocked. Not like, I just want y'all to know, like certain bloggers, like I follow them for the tea and all of that. But I see them. I see where we at with it. I see where we at with it. But this type of shit is insidious to me. Like, so you're gonna bring up Harvey Weinstein so that you can create a narrative that he didn't do it either. So now none of the rich million to billionaire men who are accused of doing this shit that really got away with it for a long time, none of them really did it, right? Because if Diddy didn't do it, then he didn't do it, right? Because y'all always like, y'all let the white men get away with it. White man in jail right here. White man in jail right here. Black woman online trying to create a narrative that might want people to free this nasty nigga.
It's a complete fabrication about my relationship with Gwyneth. I didn't put my hand on her. I did not
Child, the way Gwyneth has had to go into a self-discovery space of life, like, she might be on bullshit. Y'all know I don't really trust white women like that, for real. You just can't. White women who follow me, I love y'all, okay? I do. But y'all know we can't trust y'all. Like, and I hope you okay with the fact that you can't really be trusted until you prove otherwise. Time has to prove that. But normally for black people, we have like this thing with y'all where as soon as we speak up too loudly that we like y'all, here y'all come with a racist comment or some shit like that. We can't go too hard for y'all. Okay? But at the end of the day, like in those situations, I feel like everybody acting like they don't know what's expected of them. If the person has the power, it doesn't matter how ugly and disgusting they are. If you want your career, you are kissing ass at least. You kissing ass and being nice at least. Listen. I don't need to hear the rest of that, but I do feel like I want the black side of social media to stop supporting Candace Owens in this way. Like nobody cares. Get out of my face with this. Other white people news is the headline, Justin Bieber. Okay, so y'all, I touched on it, but Justin Bieber came out and excluded himself from the Diddy list of victims. He wants us to know that Diddy didn't do anything to him. It has nothing to do with him. I don't believe that. And the reason why I don't believe that is because it seems as if Diddy traumatizes almost everybody that he comes into contact with as an artist. Anybody he had any type of influence over their career is given, he traumatized you in some way. And also, y'all, it's been talked about on the internet for years now, but Justin Bieber just in general seemed like a child that was being like harassed repeatedly on camera, assaulted, like the y'all can go look it up. But there are so many times when he was a kid that grown adult people, women and men, women specifically, were treating him like he was a grown ass man and like flirting with him and coming on to him. And it's in interviews. It's very, very weird. So yeah, I'm not taking Justin Bieber's word on that. If I was a victim of Diddy after all of this and I was Justin Bieber, I wouldn't tell anybody either. I wouldn't tell anybody. I would never admit that shit. I would never admit that shit to the public. Never. And the reason why is because of y'all. Not y'all, but y'all, the internet. Like, I'm never going to if I don't have to, if I don't need to do that in order to free myself of anything, if I don't need to do that in order to be okay financially, then I'm not going to ever say anything to the public, because the way y'all respond to victims, no matter who they are, is some sick ass shit. It is some sick ass shit, the way y'all respond to victims. We're not having a conversation where it's simply, oh, it's guilt, innocent until proven guilty. No. As soon as somebody says somebody did something to them, if y'all like that person, y'all instantly call whoever the victim is an attacker, and a liar. Whoever the victim is, y'all call them the person that's trying to shake them down for money. Y'all call them a liar. Y'all don't believe them. Y'all attack them. Y'all dig up everything y'all can find about their lives. Like, y'all do all kind of shit to people in order to defend motherfuckers that you don't even know. That's why I think it's so weird, the Tory Lanez situation, the way people were talking to me. Like, it's just so obvious a lot of people are not really reading books, and they don't understand words and how words fit together to mean something specific. Like, it is very interesting to see how the school system has been failing everybody for years now. But this is Justin Bieber commenting on Hailey Bieber. First of all, I don't know why. What does Hailey Bieber do? Can somebody tell me? I hear a lot about her, especially as it regards to Selena Gomez, I believe. Like, whenever Selena Gomez and Justin Bieber were together, Hailey wasn't far behind. Like, it's some pick-me shit going on that I have not really delved into, because, again, I don't give a fuck. These people are boring to me. Like, I'm just saying. She's a model. Is that right? All right. I'm going to tell y'all right now, if we were on America's Next Top Model, this would not have been a good photo. Maybe it's just me. I'm not trying to hate her or anything. I'm sure she takes other good pictures. But if we were on America's Next Top Model, Tyra and them would be like, what is this? On Vogue? On Vogue? Girl, it's catalog. It's giving catalog. It's not it's not giving high fashion, girl. It's giving catalog. Okay? She's a Baldwin. Okay, she's Stephen Baldwin's daughter. Okay, got you. I was wondering like why we cared, besides the fact that she was with Justin Bieber. But anyway, Justin Bieber posted this and said, yo, this reminds me. Why he had to start it out with yo? I hate you. Yo, this reminds me when Hailey and I got into a huge fight. I told Hales that she would never be on the cover of Vogue. Why would you tell a woman that? Unless you don't want her to think highly of herself. That's not an argument you get over. Like, that's how you think about her, and that's a tactic of control, which you will exercise frequently in the relationship. He says, yikes, I know, so mean. For some reason, because I felt so disrespected. Why did you feel disrespected? Isn't that something, y'all? Whenever men can come up with a reason, I feel disrespected, bitch. You passed gas. I felt disrespected. I had to punch you in the face. I thought I got to get even. He said he felt disrespected, thought he had to get even. He says, I think as we mature, we realize that we're not helping anything by getting even. We're honestly just prolonging what we really want, which is intimacy and connection. So, baby, you already know, but forgive me for saying you wouldn't get a Vogue cover because clearly I was sadly mistaken. And for some reason, I was just like, I know he feels like he's cleaning this up. But to me, this is the same thing that DVD nigga. The same thing he did to Hailey. Y'all remember when she first was like going through the postpartum thing and he got online defending her? And I told y'all the fact that he even got up there in the first place should let you know he wasn't really trying to defend her. It was like a way to draw attention to it and kind of be, oh, y'all back up off of her. But really, like, you're inciting the shit, right? It's the same thing. It's the same thing. I feel like this post was like passive aggressive. Like, yeah, I'm trying to wrap it up. Like, I've learned from this, but really I'm just trying to remind you that you still ain't shit because I told you that you wouldn't be on this cover. Also, I feel like it's still not I don't like the cover. Like, yeah, I want y'all to know, like, I'm a subscriber to Vogue. So I see a lot of Vogue covers, and I instantly, when I saw this, I was like, that's a Vogue cover? Okay, I don't really like it. Hailey, via her father, stalked Justin for years, clinging on to the Jenner girls' access to Bieber. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. So they have an obsessive, weird-ass relationship. It's giving toxic. Okay, I might have to get on the white side of TikTok and delve into this. I've heard toxicity on both sides, y'all. I always thought he was a victim in this shit, to be real with you. Like, that's why I'm kind of paying attention now. Because before, I thought that he was just a victim. You know, he was bisexual. He went through a lot. Hailey probably loved him and, you know, trauma bonded with him about the freak shit that he had to do as a child with grown ass people or whatever. And, you know, they fell in love and you help a nigga through and all of that. But it's the same thing with white people. They weaponize whatever their trauma is in order to emotionally enmesh with a woman so that, you know, you will basically, you know, you can view him as the mother, the father, your sister, your brother, your uncle, your auntie. I want to be everything to you, baby. And you just got to believe in me, baby. You have to believe that what I want for us is what's best for the both of us, baby. Okay? That listen, pimp game transcends. Okay? A victim with inherited misogyny. Oh, yeah. Definitely coming from the Baldwin family. My God. Okay, a group full of, you know, God sent us as white men. Because they was like, you know, attractive back in the day. The Baldwin boys were attractive back in the day. And as they've gotten older, it's just, y'all are a fucking mess. Y'all are a mess. You could tell when white men used to be pretty and they not pretty no more, they do not know how to handle it. They be out here losing it. She was a super fan and he settled because Selena Gomez got sick of his treatment and left. Oh, come on, tell me. Let's school me. Thank you. Hailey copies everything. I saw that. I saw that on TikTok. That came across my feed. How she always copying that girl. Everything Selena does to try to get Justin's attention is wild complications on TikTok about it and how she pretty much stalked Justin until they got together. Yeah. I love when the pick-me's get their guy. I love it. I love it when the pick-me's get their guy. Okay? The Mounties, we always get our man. This is toxic. I just want y'all to know. I just want y'all, you know, just to be clear that that's some toxic shit. Let me see. Was there anything else? Yes. Girl, listen, U.S. Weekly for the white people news. Y'all got to pay attention to what the white people be, okay? Y'all don't be knowing what the white people be sometimes, girl. U.S. Weekly.
Oh, yeah. Cute grin. They know why you're here.
Get it done!
Listen, if you keep DMing my man.
I have the lyrics.
Oh, Kyle?
Yeah.
I know.
Get it!
I've been doing it for months, ever since the presidency.
Yeah.
You didn't come to see me play. If you guys don't DM my man, I'm gonna have you removed.
Get him! Get him!
Seriously.
Okay.
Baby, I love you. I'm his.
He's mine.
I said I'm his.
He's mine.
Girl, what is going on? No, for real, we really be minding our black business. Girl, I saw this shit and I was just like, girl, not you stopping your whole thing. So first of all, the person that's paying for them tickets, them probably not no cheap tickets right on the side of the stage. Them not no cheap tickets. That's some expensive ass tickets to come and sit on the side of the stage of a woman whose man you DMing to piss her off. Girl, what is going on? Hold up. Who the fuck? Katy Perry. I love Google, y'all. It's one of my favorite things. Okay, let's get into it. Let's read. We're gonna read what page 6 said. Katy Perry was caught on camera going off on a fan for messaging her fiance Orlando Bloom, but it turns out the playful confrontation was all an act. Okay, you see how they be playing on everybody's top, huh? But here's the thing. Here's the thing, y'all. It was all a ploy. He wasn't really DMing your man, girl. Perry, who has been engaged to Orlando Bloom. Hold up. I'm getting to a point here, y'all. Trust me. Okay. Perry, who has been engaged to Orlando Bloom since 2019 and shares a 4-year-old daughter, Daisy, with him, then issued a warning. If you keep DMing my man, I'm going to have you removed. Seriously, get your own life. I'm his wife, she added, despite not officially tying the knot. After repeatedly telling a fan, identified as Kyle, that the Lord of the Rings actor is hers, and to stay the FOA, the camera's panned to the super fan who is laughing and freaking out in the crowd. Okay, so according to Kyle, he was in on the joke though, telling Lad Bible, this all started because I asked Katy to sing my favorite deep cut and may have to call in Orlando for some assistance. Now I have the concert memory, so basically of her calling you a homewrecker, and I'm like, she talking to this man, like stay out of my man's DMs, like girl. But I just want to tell y'all, Orlando Bloom wearing that ass out. And I'm not talking about sex. I mean, like, I feel like when you do this type of shit, it's because you actually like worried about that type of shit. Yeah, I'm his wife and ain't nothing fake about that, bitch. Orlando been no, for real, y'all. And like, I don't even know the white people news like that about Orlando Bloom, but I know when like the white boys that be sluts and they be like out here drunk as fuck and fucking everybody. Orlando Bloom is not faithful, bitch. That's what I'm saying. Orlando Bloom, who you've been engaged to since 2014. I'm sorry, 2019. Let me not add no extra on it. 2019, girl. You got a 4-year-old with him, you engaged but not married, and you on stage doing stunts and shows for us to basically think he cheating on you, because we got to be prepared for when we get tea that he cheating on you, right? That's what that give. That gives something is already going on. So if I create this inconsistency, people are not going to automatically believe stories when they come out because I was playing with this. Just Google if actor isn't what? I don't know what you mean. Orlando is not getting. That's not what engaged forever. Katy has terrible picks in men. John Mayer, multiple breakups with him. Russell Brand, I forgot about that. That was terrible. And y'all know they accused Russell Brand of all kind of shit. And now Russell Brand is on the right wing side of YouTube, being a Trump supporter and wanting to move here, even though he didn't live here. And he's running away from the UK because then people keep saying he doing shit over there. Russell Brand seems to me like he's trying to run from the shit he's doing in the UK to come over here because this is where that type of behavior flourishes. And uses religion to protect him. Katy got some good albums from it. I'm sure she did. You know, girls like her, they do it for the plot. They do it for the plot. But I wanted to come to y'all with the white people news because I just wanted y'all to know that the white people is going through a lot too, girl. The white people is doing all of the same mess and stunts and shows, but they're not as entertaining as black people, so we don't pay attention to them. They trying. Mm-hmm. 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 Just alike, hating each other just alike. Real successful pick-me's. And I'm gonna tell you something right now. I feel like it would seem like these women will probably be more successful than these men, even though the men are really successful. Orlando Bloom maybe not because of the movie franchise shit. But men like that, they be so reckless, alcoholics, drug addicts, like they're just reckless with their life. So if they don't have somebody keeping their shit together, they losing as much as they making. Like, I just want y'all to be clear on that. I've been looking at her weird since the Dark Horse video. Child, that bang that she had, the bang, that bang she had, the bang. Yeah, girl. I want you to leave the oblong bang that Beyonce tried a few years ago, girl. I want you to leave that where it was back then, 2015. Come on, girl. Come to the front. Come to the future. Come to the current time frame that we are in. All right. So also, you know, as an extension of white people news, even though it's not really white people news, shout out to Jaylen Herz. I'm gonna give it to you, brother. I
wasn't available. I don't think that's pertinent. I'm the one who went and was available.
Okay, y'all. Cause listen, I'm not here for going up for niggas just because. I'm not. And y'all know I was mad at him because they said they was going to the White House. Because previously, like when the Super Bowl happened, I was rooting for the Eagles because previously they was like, I ain't going, right? And then they was like, they was going. And I was like, and then y'all was going a little bit too hard for Jaylen Herz. Like, whenever I see y'all acting like y'all know that nigga, that's when I'm like, I need y'all to calm down. Okay, yeah, nice looking, seems like a nice guy. I'm not, it's just like white people, bitch. You can't get too wrapped up in these niggas because as soon as you like them too much, they gonna embarrass you. Okay? But come on, Jaylen, for the playing around it. Yeah, y'all can go, but I was just busy.
They seem to enjoy themselves. I wasn't available.
I like the way he said it. I wasn't available. Okay, me and my just move smoothie. Okay, link down below in the description box. Just move supplements, girl, because I ain't got no appetite just yet, but this shit tastes good. So shout out to Jaylen for being unavailable. He wasn't available, girl. I like it. I'm here for it. Okay, I'm okay. I'm gonna put him over there in the box. I'm gonna put him in the box with old boy. Where old boy at? Y'all know the chocolate brother, the actor, the chocolate brother. Y'all know who I'm talking about. What's his name? The actor. Him. Damson Idris. Yes. Why your name sound like Idris Elba? I don't know. But Damson Idris, he another one. We gonna put y'all in the little we might like y'all not too short just yet. Y'all saying all the right shit, but time only tells box. Okay, because I know y'all think I can't stand these niggas, which is so untrue. It's so untrue. Okay, but I have to call it how I see it. You're not gonna act like I'm being biased just because you don't want to recognize the ain't shit nigga when one is standing right there or when we talking about one. I'm gonna give y'all this one. Yeah, whenever I say Damson Idris, it makes me think about Idris Elba. Is that is that weird? Okay. But yeah, I'm digging it. Okay. I promise you, you aren't meant to us. A new year is approaching. Grow up. Listen, he's saying a lot of good things. But I gotta wait and see, girl. I gotta wait and see. Okay. Oh, what else happened? Oh, I didn't save it. Girl, the way the way Denzel Washington be getting into it with people on red carpets. I love it. I'm sorry. I thought I saved it, y'all. But the way Denzel Washington be out here strong arming the people. Hey, stop touching me, nigga. Get your goddamn hands off me. Get your fucking hands off me. You got your fucking hands off me. You gotta get that lip right. You gotta get that lip right. Hold up. I want to see if it's on here somewhere just because I want y'all to laugh, because I just always think it's funny. And then there's always like a younger cat somewhere around that is like, come on, you ain't got to do all that. But it's always so funny. It's always so funny when you see Denzel Washington like on a red carpet, like just cool, smooth, checking the fuck out of somebody. Damn, I don't know where it's at. Y'all, I mean, it really wasn't much to it. I think they was on the Met Gala floor, but because, you know, sometimes stuff just be popping up on my timeline and I forget to save it. I comment on it and just keep moving. But yeah, girl, I'm just going to go ahead back to my show. But that shit. My bad. That shit was hilarious. That shit was get your fucking hands off me. Sorry, it's still funny. It's still funny. It was a shade room. It was a shade room, y'all. Okay, let me go see. It was the Cannes the Cannes Film Festival. Yes, because they did it with Kelly Rowland. They did it with Kelly Rowland and did it with somebody else. But they always manhandling black people and they don't know how ignorant we are. They don't know. They do know. They gonna find out though. Get your fucking hands off me, nigga. Oh shit. I love that though. Like, stop playing with people, like just, you know, trying to use their fame against them, basically. Child. I just saw a picture of ASAP Rocky with his goals at the film festival. Oh, is it? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go, y'all. Music. See, that's the bullshit we be talking about. Nigga said, don't you put your fucking hands on me again. That's what he said. He walked away. And then you grabbed him again. And he... I'm sorry, y'all. It's just so funny. Stop. And I hate this because I feel like they was about to have a moment. I don't know if y'all know the significance of Denzel Washington and Spike Lee in the zoot suits. Like, if you've ever seen Malcolm X, you know that there's like this scene where they both have their zoot suits on. Okay, hats cocked to the side and they walk. Okay, with the beanie weenie walk, you know what I'm saying? With that one hand. Okay, nah, the French people are rude. The French, your motherfucking hands off me. Okay? Then here come a lady, they would not let her have her dress out. They keep trying to like cover her as she's trying to take the picture. Like, move your hand, bitch. I'm trying to take the picture. If you would just let me take the picture, bitch. Oh my God. They know what they did. Stop touching me. Choke fucking hands off me. Listen. The way ASAP Rocky walked up. That nigga walked up like Eddie Kane Jr. Okay? Y'all better stop playing with my uncle out here. You know what's so funny is that I don't know if y'all know this, but Denzel was like obviously an alcoholic, right? Like, you a black man doing well, you're an alcoholic. Like, there's usually no way around this shit. Okay, it's just because the life, right? The life that you live usually results in drinking for social, but also drinking to like, you know, calm everything down. Okay, and I think he's talked about like drinking and shit like that. But I was wondering, I was like, it's so funny. He is supposed to have cleaned himself up, meaning like he not drinking like that anymore. But sometimes I'd be like, I think it's funny that we never saw nothing with him. That's how you know. Not only are people protecting you, but if you're the right type of dude, that shit will not come out if you could help it. Like, man, you really think Denzel wasn't putting his hands on people, like, in a protective way, like he has been? Y'all don't think he was doing that, like, back in the day in the 90s when he was that nigga? For real, for real? You know what I'm saying? Like, I definitely feel like Denzel had more hands on me. Oh, my God. Can you imagine? I don't know if his wife filed for a divorce at one time. I don't remember hearing about that. His sons don't like him. I'm telling you, because that's not an easy father. That's not an easy father. They hard to deal with. And especially as actors, I feel like the world revolves around them. And so as a man, a rich man, the household revolves around them. Automatically, they don't have to think about other people like that. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, I want to move on from there. I just find that shit so funny. So let's get to Megan Thee Stallion and Tory Lanez, right? I'm tired of arguing with stupid motherfuckers, to tell you the truth. Because to me, like, one thing that I have learned from watching the debates that go on TikTok is noticing the tone of somebody's voice when they just want to have an argument. When you hear some of these people come on and they want to argue, these very serious topics about women's rights and abortion and all of those things, it's hot button topics because it greatly affects real people. Like the woman who is on life support, brain dead, and the hospital is making her stay alive so that she can have a baby. And it's really fucking terrible because I believe when all of this happened to her and she ends up in the hospital brain dead, she might have been 3 months pregnant. That's not well enough alone. Like for real. Like, to me, you ain't pregnant enough for that shit at 3 months, keeping somebody alive by, machines. And I talked, I didn't talk to anybody. I saw somebody explain because they work in hospice care. They work in that type of, not just hospice, but that part of the hospital that takes care of people who are, in comas and shit, and what it takes to keep a brain dead person alive. Oh my God. Like, I would really hope the soul is not trapped in the body. I would really hope the soul is gone and the body is just there. I would really pray. Because if a person is locked inside their body while you doing all of that type of shit to them, like, my God today. My God today. So one thing you got to understand is when people are trying to manipulate you. And when it comes to this Tory Lanez situation, he is consistently trying to manipulate people. And it's so funny because the argument keeps changing, but people keep defending him. No matter how many times we, dispute things, somebody always comes out defending him. But recently, what I saw, a Fox News correspondent, somebody is sitting on a set at the Fox News, talking about Tory Lanez and how this has been a big miscarriage of justice. Black man. I felt like, I don't know what type of journalism y'all are doing, but we already know Fox News is not known for being accurate, but they usually don't get involved in Black people shit like this. So the fact that Tory Lanez has now, and I feel like Tory Lanez did it because I am smart and I'm not stupid. And what Megan Thee Stallion was suing Milagro Grams for is Tory Lanez probably leaving a paper trail that you can prove he is paying people to post stories that say that Megan is lying and there's all this new evidence and this is a huge miscarriage of justice. He's not just taking the L. He's in jail using whatever resources he does have to have lawyers do press conferences saying that there's new information. Somebody contacted that woman in Florida. Somebody contacted that woman in Florida. She's a Republican, and she apparently doesn't know what habeas corpus means. So we can't really trust her. It's given any story you can attach yourself to, you will, for fame, for attention, for notoriety, because you want to be seen. So I looked into the Republican Congresswoman who is making these claims on his behalf, Anna Paulina. Beautiful woman, but it's absolutely giving you were put there as a agent of the patriarchy for Trump. Like Trump's administration, she's been there since 2020. Trump administration put you in. If Trump's administration put you in without any prior experience, I don't trust you. So that's the first thing that would make me not believe this woman when she comes forth to put her image and her name on the line in order to tell us that this Black woman is lying about what happened to her. I'm sorry, y'all. So this is what she said. Newly surfaced body cam and medical records show, this is not newly surfaced, but that's very interesting that you lied and said that. Megan Thee Stallion initially claimed she stepped on glass. ER shows no bullet fragments or x-rays. Bullet fragments allegedly removed are now missing. Evidence handling was a disaster. I low-key feel like this woman did no real investigation, but Tory sent her, or somebody who works for Tory, sent her post that academics, Milagro, and a lot of other people that are spreading misinformation about the case, sent them the post that they did to her. She's reading it back to us as if she did some real investigating to find this out from Florida. Tory Lanez was sentenced to 10 years despite having no prior record. I'm sorry, no prior record? No prior record? I'm sorry. Was Tory Lanez a felon before shooting Megan Thee Stallion? Okay. It says no. He was not a felon before the shooting of Megan Thee Stallion, while he had been convicted of a felony for assault with semi-automatic firearm. I'm so confused. While he had been convicted of a felony for assault with a semi-automatic firearm and other related charges in the case of the shooting. Oh, no. They're talking specifically about Megan's incident. I'm talking about period. It says prior to the Megan Thee Stallion incident, Tory Lanez did have a criminal record. In 2008, he was sentenced to 6 years for assaulting a fellow prisoner with a deadly weapon. So I just wanted to go look it up. I just wanted to go look it up myself. Okay. So she didn't say he wasn't a felon. So that's not, I thought he was a felon, which is why, because he was a felon, not supposed to have a gun. That's what I thought. Either way, I don't know what the fuck AI was talking about that he wasn't, but he was in jail. Okay, whatever he was in jail for, he was in jail. So that means, hold up, what she said? Tory Lanez was sentenced 10 years despite having no prior record. No prior record. No prior record, huh? Okay. I'm hold up. Yeah. Oh wait, hold up. No. Why that's why I'm like, I had to go to the clip. What are we talking about here? See, they just be you gotta look. You gotta look, y'all. You can't just read headlines. It says he has a previous criminal record, and then when I click on it, yeah, this is AI created something that's not tracking for me. I'm looking at it. This is how much misinformation there is out about Tory Lanez. That's wow. That's how you know it's a like concentrated effort. Criminal record. I feel like this is the only thing he might have like. It's like the only thing he might have done in the States. What about in Canada? Let me see. Oh, he got a Wikipedia. Let me see. We're looking at the music. I gotta see it, y'all. I gotta see it. Okay, here we go. On March 26, 2016, during a concert in Midland, Texas, violent scuffles between security forces and concert goers, Lanes then proceeded to tell the crowd, fuck shit up, which incited a riot and forced police to shut down the show. Well, that's funny. Multiple people were arrested. So he likes to incite people to do shit. I feel like this is not full because we know he had a record, because that's the reason why he got the gun charge. That's why he wasn't supposed to have the gun, because he was a felon. So that's why I'm looking at this like, if you just Google it, it's going to give you misinformation, because that's not true. That's so funny. Because he was a convicted felon who was not allowed to, but you can't find what the previous story was, y'all. I'm telling y'all, they have done so much work spreading misinformation that you can't even write out Google what this nigga's record is. We know he assaulted Prince. We know he assaulted August Alsina. But this is not true, y'all. This is not true. But if you Google it, the information is not readily available to you that is correct. And I think that's interesting, because I think it just goes to show that the Congresswoman probably did a quick Google search, let AI answer her questions for her, but didn't do any real digging. Everything that comes up is about the person that stabbed him, not about his record. Y'all, this is a conscious effort, y'all. Look it up. Go look it up, y'all. Go look it up. That doesn't make any sense. It's almost like he had the internet scrubbed or some shit. Canada. Let's see. Fiction. Yeah, y'all. Y'all, if you go look online, go try to Google Tory Lane's record history, y'all. It's only 3 pages. I did. Hold up. Tory Lane's Florida. Y'all. Y'all, the internet has been scrubbed. It's been scrubbed. Oh, wait, no, hold up. Oh, I see what happened. Y'all. For some reason, it wasn't searching under news. It was searching under forums. That's so weird. Girl, the fact that the person from Florida wants him to come, I had to check it because I'm like, y'all know I don't like telling y'all shit that's not true now. I don't give a fuck whether it's to my point or somebody else's. But if I put Tory Lanez criminal record into Google, the first story that comes up, Tory Lanez alleged attacker reportedly has violent criminal record in prison. Like, this is what I'm talking about, y'all. Like, I don't think I am really off here. I don't think I'm off. Because it's something about when you actually Google Tory Lanez criminal record, his record is not coming up. The record of the person that stabbed him is coming up. Oh, girl. It's definitely given there was some, like, there's an effort being done. They're trying to scrub it. That's what it's given. It's given they're trying to scrub, like, stories about him. So that they, cause why the fuck would you say he didn't have a criminal history and then as soon as I Google it, it don't come up? But we know that he was arrested. Because that's the reason why he wasn't supposed to have the gun. Not even a fucking story, just a headline. Let's see. I'm gonna keep going back, y'all. I just want to see. Because this is very interesting to me. Look, y'all, page 4, a timeline of the baby's controversies. Why is that in here? I'm gonna try this again. Hold up. I'm just trying to see if there's any information about him prior. Y'all, this is very interesting. I'm gonna move on after I read Megan shit, but I think that's very interesting, you guys, that it's harder to find the information. But he had a record. Yeah, nah, this seems very intentional, y'all. I don't know. It's very weird. Yeah, nah, y'all. The stories only go back to 2020. Even if it was under Daystar Peterson, it should have been able to be searched because he was still Tory Lanez. That's wild. Yeah, that's wild. That's why she said that shit. I'm sorry, that had to stop. Let me see. Lanez faces charges of failing to register a motor vehicle, operating a vehicle without a license or insurance, marijuana possession, and carrying a concealed firearm. Okay, there we go. That was the charges that had something to do with Megan, or was that before? He had that felony assault in California from 2020. I found on LA District Attorney's like, okay, so y'all search his real name. Come on, y'all, come through for me. Because y'all know I can only do so much at one time. Mr. Sister, thank you for the super chat. Please consider doing Lady Sings the Blues. All love from Humboldt, California. Thank you, love. I will. That's a hard one for me, though. Mary Sparkle's like, whoa, thank you for the super chat. Bondi, the female gay shirt is tough. Thank you. Okay. Look, when I saw it, I had to get it. M Love Black, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for flexing your pop culture knowledge. Folks don't get white folks' business was always front and center when we were growing up. Like, what's going on? Like, where y'all been, bitch? The grocery store. Okay. Muhad Thank you for the super chat. It seems like a lot of abuser apologists are fueled by the rise of incel culture and that the red pill shit. Yes. Victory for real. Thank you for the super chat. Yes. Only Freddie P and Gene Deal are the only men I have heard defend Cassie. And that's somebody that was actually up close. Seymour 3000, thank you for the super chat. Glad to catch a live. Appreciate that you foster a safe space for survivors of abuse on your platform because folks are proud predator apologists. No, I know. And I'm happy to provide that because get the fuck out of here. Like we're not gonna be stupid and delusional over here. We just not. David Chambers, thank you for the super chat. On one of your lives a few days ago, you shared a very personal story about your youth. Thanks for being so vulnerable and transparent, Bondi. Thank you. I appreciate you. Nikisa Marie, thank you for the super chat, Bondi. I'm so appreciative of your in-depth commentary. Thank you so much. I appreciate y'all. Thank you. Y'all showing love today. Thank you. I am Leo Aries. Thank you for the super chat. Ask Google if Tory has a criminal record. It's how you ask the question. Tory has 3 felonies. I did, y'all. I did. I think it might just be the one I'm using, maybe. I don't know. Hey, Miko, thank you for the super chat, boo. I'm going to say some controversial shit. Them two set Meg up and they starting to panic because she getting too close. Scotty G. I Googled Daystar Peterson and nothing. Kimi Kim, thank you for the super chat. Y'all, thank y'all. The only thing I found was an arrest from 2017 on weapons and drug charges in Miramar. And that was hard and I couldn't even pull that up. That's what I'm saying. I think they scrubbing the internet. All I found is a Billboard article about the arrest on drug and gun charges in Florida. Nigga had more arrests than songs that charted. This I do know. That's what I'm saying. No, for real. He has charges in 2002, assaulting a woman. Okay, that one was from 2017. I found it from 2016. So y'all see how it's taking all of us, right? 2002 murked a 13-year-old girl. My God, today. Let's see. Tory Lanez, J-Star, Peterson, 13-year-old, Florida. Is that where that happened? Okay, the NBC South Florida. I see that one. That's the one you talking about, Erica. I see that one. But y'all see it, right? Y'all do see that when y'all look up something very specific, what comes up, right? Y'all, they do that shit on purpose. To me, you can put in, if people search this, I want this stuff to come up. That's what it's given. Hold up. Hold up, y'all. Okay, that's not it. Because I'm looking at local. I was trying to find some local news stories, y'all. But it's hard to find. I see the 2017 one, y'all. Yeah, I can't lie, y'all. They did a good job scrubbing because I think it's very, like, I see the 2017 one, but I feel like it was way more shit than that. Yeah, but he had a concealed firearm. I mean, the fact that basically everything that happened in the first case in 2017 is very similar to the one that happened with Megan Thee Stallion. I think it just goes to show that people are going to be who they are. And so they're going to keep doing the same shit, right? It's just a matter of if they get caught or not. Because he was driving around with a concealed weapon. Yeah, weed on him. Failure to register the motor vehicle, driving without a driver's license, failure to show proof of liability insurance. Like, you're just reckless, right? That's 20 17. Fast forward, now you rich and famous. Okay, yeah, you got a driver, but you still walking around with a concealed weapon. You shoot somebody. Like it's a, it's still you doing whatever. But yeah, I'm gonna jump off that, y'all. Yes, companies get paid well to do this. I'm in the wrong industry. He's a typical repeat offender. No, for real. The irony is if he had done this crime in Florida, he would have been under the jail, yet Luna in California business. No, for real. Let's see. Unfortunately, people bend over backwards to help an abusive man. He got probation that was turned into a diversion program, which means it probably got expunged. Only the more recent stuff comes up. You got to dig and be real specific to find stuff before the case when he assaulted Meg. And I feel like it wasn't that hard before. The 2017 article only talks about arrest, no conviction. He may not have gone to trial for it, but since he had it in records, they got him for it. Thank you, Kimi Kim, for another super chat. Thank you. Where's the assault to August Alsina? Scotty, thank you for the super chat. That's a great question because I was like, where is that? Where's the August Alsina? We in real time, we knew about that. I'm not even using Chat GPT, y'all. I'm just using the Googler. Yes, the diversion program. Got you. They're messy. You can't be vague or broad when searching now. You have to be a private detective, even on Google. Okay, yes, the only showing Megan shooting when you ask specifically about his other charges. Yes, or bringing up the man who stabbed him in jail, his charges. That's wild. Y'all, that's very specific. So I want y'all to clock it. Clock that this is a concentrated effort, just like I said. People online talking about, well, I went to her page and he didn't have to talk to me personally. Yeah, stupid motherfucker. I said dummies that take the misinformation that he puts out and runs with it. Because people was arguing with me, bitch. Anyway. But she's saying he had no prior record. We know that's not true. But I think she knew the internet had been scrubbed. Largely due to a firearm enhancement law now under scrutiny for racial bias, Black defendants face a 92% higher rate of this enhancement. That's not justice, that's discrimination. Bitch, you are a Republican in Florida. You don't give a fuck about Black people. Stop playing with me. The forensic evidence in the Lane's case was deeply flawed. 0.1 chance his DNA was on the firearm. We've already talked to y'all about the fact that smart men that carry around illegal weapons like Tory Lanez know how to wipe them off and how to not leave their fingerprints on guns. Like, duh. And he had time to wipe that gun, use some hand sanitizer. He had time. DNA from 4 individuals found. Tory wasn't a primary contributor. That's not true. First of all, child, the 4 individuals, you mean the 4 people that was in the car? This is not like this shit happened at a building or somewhere where it could have been more people. It's in the car, bitch. 4 people. It's the driver, him, Meg, and a girl. So that means it's only 3 people that could have shot Meg. If it was not Tory, it was security. If it was security, y'all would have told us that. Y'all trying to make it seem like it was Kelsey. If it was Kelsey, why was Kelsey outside the hospital when she was shot? Why would Meg want to protect the person that shot her? That doesn't make any sense. Key gunshot residue test never performed on others. This raises serious doubt. It does. But we've already covered all of this. Under California's racial justice, oh, y'all, they really pulling. So a white woman comes to the front to pull a Black card for a nigga in jail. If that is not how interracial relationships be working out with Black men and white women that all hate Black women, I know something. He deserves a full review. His conviction was built on outdated and unconstitutional grounds. Tory Lanez's trial included prosecutorial misconduct, exclusion of mitigating factors, use of protected speech, such as evidence, like his songs that he wrote. You mean like the video of him chopping hooves, which was supposed to be a metaphor for Megan Thee Stallion, who they kept calling a horse? You mean that? What about the text messages where he texted and apologized? What about the prison call where he called and apologized? What about when he posted on social media that Kelsey didn't do it? Who did it then, bitch? Immunity deals with unclear motives. This is not how justice is supposed to work. First of all, the whole point of somebody getting immunity is so that they don't have to present certain information that would incriminate themselves. It does not mean they were not at fault for the crime. It means they were doing other shit that might have been criminal. So in order to say what they were supposed to say on the stand, they got a deal. But honestly, I feel like something should have happened to Kelsey with that situation, because you were offered a deal predicated on the fact that you would say what you said in your original statement once you got to court, and that's not what you did. It's very much giving you were paid off. I don't know who's funding Tory Lanez, but it's not hard to believe because he has a lot of rich friends. But it is absolutely given that y'all are paying people behind the scenes. Let's see. Let's keep going. Key witnesses changed their stories or contradicted themselves. So what happened? One person was shot. It's not speculation. She did not step on glass. We saw a picture of her foot with holes in it. A doctor got on the stand and said, I removed bullet fragments, which means a bullet was in her foot if the fragments are in her foot, bitch. It doesn't matter if it ricocheted and bounced off something. He shot at her and she got shot. And a lot of the times, it just means he's not a good shot. Doesn't mean he didn't intend to shoot her. That's one thing. This case deserves fresh eyes and full transparency. Tory Lanez conviction and sentencing raised major constitutional concerns. Y'all don't care. I don't want to hear from Republicans that defend Trump about any amendments to the Constitution, because y'all don't care about the Constitution when it comes to anything else. So I'm not going to read all of that because you don't care about the Constitution. So don't tell me you care about the Constitution as it pertains to letting out a convicted felon, letting him out of jail so that he can wreak havoc on other people because he's a celebrity and he has money. Justice isn't served when due process is ignored. So a part of due process was the fact that he could have spoke in his own defense at the trial and he didn't. Right? Where's the other post that she made? Where's the other post that she made? I really love the way they take these little tidbits of information with no context and then spin it to their advantage, like spin it to make it sound like, well, maybe she really, well, okay, so what's the alternative? Why did he apologize? It was a car, bitch. It wasn't a building. There isn't a suspect that was there that we don't know about. It was 4 of them. And he said it wasn't Kelsey. Hold up. Where is that? I thought that was another one that the bitch posted something stupid. It don't matter, child. It was just her saying that that Meg stepped on glass. And it's like, girl, that wasn't new news. That's another thing. If somebody tells you that there's video evidence that's coming out that's about to disprove this situation with Tory Lanez, why is the video evidence body cam footage where Meg says, I stepped on glass? Even though we already knew that, she already said that, and we know why, to protect him. Again, as much as y'all want to blame Megan for this, Megan did not press charges against Tory Lanez. The state of California did. Megan never pressed charges, y'all. That's why there was no civil suit. She didn't ask the nigga for money. She just wants him to leave her alone. And I'm still confused about why Tory Lanez would lie and not defend himself and then go to jail for a woman that's married to another man. Bitch, I'm very confused about that. Very, very confused. And I feel like y'all don't have a reason for it. You really don't. I think some people just like to be contrarian. I think some people don't like her for whatever reason. They don't like her. And that means it's on Tasha. Of course, it's on Tasha's page. Of course. Many people were wondering why Tory Lanez didn't defend himself during the trial. The reason is that there was a gag order placed on him. Does that sound fair to you? What happened to his First Amendment right to freedom of speech? So let me explain for all of the stupid motherfuckers in the back. Tory Lanez got his ass on the internet after the shooting and kept denying what he did. He also, I feel like at some point was attacking Megan, the hooves and all of that shit, the coming out with songs, but never really saying what happened, apologizing to her, talking about how he lost his mama, she lost her mama, all of that shit, right? Then he starts doing lives and continues to talk about it. This whole time we was waiting for Megan to say something. Megan stayed quiet for a long, long time and eventually came out and said, that nigga shot me. It's too much. It's too much misinformation. It's too much lying. So she came out and said, that nigga shot me because of how much misinformation he was already putting out before she had even said anything. He was already on the offense with this situation, right? Because he's scared, because he know what he did. So now he got to get up there and act like none of this happened. It's not true. I love her. All of this bullshit, right? She requests a gag order. So he stopped getting on the internet spreading misinformation. That was supposed to stop him from getting on the internet and lying. It's not about him defending himself. It's about him lying and sending his weird ass, dummy ass fans to that girl's page to attack her as if she's not the person who had the hole in her foot. Okay? So the gag order was to stop him from talking on the internet. The gag order has nothing to do with once he goes to court. Once he went to court, that was the perfect opportunity to take the stand and explain verbatim what took place and why it was not you. He did not do that. He did not take the stand. And I think he didn't take the stand because he didn't want to perjure himself. I don't know who this woman is, but it's given you being paid. And also, I've noticed that the Republicans have noticed that there's a subset group of Black people that are ripe for the picking. And we as Black, like old school minded Black people, we just can't believe you niggas. We just can't believe you niggas that y'all side with the very people that are putting in laws for your downfall. Like they're plotting on your downfall. And you're like, we love the Republicans. We love the Trump supporters. Meanwhile, your Black ass is losing rights, benefits, jobs, left and right. That's what this is. This is the Black men and the pick-meshas and the rest of y'all, you know, weirdly put together brain people. Y'all love y'all abusers. I'm proud of y'all. I'm happy for y'all. I don't. I refuse to. That nigga did it. He apologized for it. He never gave us an alternate chain of events in order to showcase that something else did happen. And whenever we have this conversation, all y'all do is bring up shit like, oh, there was no real gun evidence. Okay, so step away from the fact that you can absolutely obscure DNA on a gun and y'all have seen it done before. The fuck? Step away from that. Give me the alternate chain of events that make sense. Don't say it was Kelsey, because I'm going to remind you about how Tory Lanez got on the internet and said that it wasn't her. Tory Lanez got on the internet and said that it wasn't her. I bet you any money the reason why he did that is because that was during the time frame when he was setting up to pay her to be quiet. So he had to be nice. He had to be nice. He had to get on the internet and say, oh, no, it's not Kelsey. Because meanwhile, in private, I'm reaching out to Kelsey and saying how Megan ain't shit. And if she on my side, I'll pay her. I'll do whatever as long as she don't get up there and say nothing on the, you know, down to the courthouse on the stand. She doesn't say, she don't tell the truth on the stand. I throw a little money. That's what makes sense to me. Okay. That's what makes sense to me. It makes no sense to me for Megan to lie about who shot her. Because we know, you know who didn't shoot her? Megan. We know Megan didn't shoot herself. We know that. So it can only really be two other people. Because again, if it was the big ass security guard, they'd have sold that nigga out so quick. That don't even make no sense, y'all. Really think about it. And this strong, concerted effort to continuously do shit on social media but not file any paperwork. Y'all, that lady said all of that shit about all of this evidence and how it wasn't unfair, and she ain't filed a motherfucking thing. The only thing they did was do what? Begging Governor Newsom to pay attention to this shit? That's not filing any paperwork. And that's the thing we need for y'all to understand. That's the reason why we came up. That's why we're not really going in that bad on Sky Jackson. That's why we're not going in that bad on Hailey Bailey, because they went to the courthouse. They had the evidence. They did it the right way. They didn't come to us trying to get us to fight their battles for them. They did what they were supposed to do. They got the evidence and they took that shit to the proper channels. Because whenever people come to the internet and tell y'all the truth about these niggas, y'all on there talking about what you want us to do. Tell it to the judge. Tell it to the courthouse. What you want us to do. That's what they did. That's what they did. And the thing that kills me is Megan tried so hard to protect Tory Lanez, and this is still how y'all treating this girl. And this nigga is not even that famous. This trial has made him more famous. His music is not that good. Y'all are tripping. This is what she said once all of this came out. Once you see the person on Fox News, once you see the Republican from the white lady Republican talking about the shit, now we doing press conferences talking about new evidence. There was never any new evidence. It was all hearsay. How many different ways? And I think they're taking advantage of the Diddy thing. They know we're in this timeline where we're paying attention so closely to what's going on because of the Diddy trial. This is intentional, y'all. Tory Lanez is behind bars with a whole bunch of access to a phone because he is calling people, he is texting people. Blue Centric just said everybody in media knows that Tory Lanez is texting, calling, and reaching out to everybody from prison. Why do y'all think he can't do these things from prison? Suge Knight has a fucking podcast from prison. You just saw Harvey Weinstein do a video telephone interview from prison. Being in prison does not stop these people from influencing you dumb diddies on the internet. That's the fucking problem. So this is what Meg said. At what point are y'all going to stop making me have to relive being shot by Tory? At what point are Tory and y'all fans going to stop lying? Like, how much is the check to keep harassing me? Why is this happening every day? 1 minute, y'all said I was never shot. Now y'all letting him play in y'all face again and say I was shot, but it wasn't him. Oh, okay. I'm sick of this shit. Leave me the fuck alone. He ain't dare get on that stand and deny he shot me. And that was his choice because he knows he did that shit. I don't give a fuck about a blog or a bot. Why in the fuck would me, Megan Thee Stallion, have to lie on this motherfucker about shooting me? How y'all mad at the person that got shot? Facts are facts. He did it. It was proven in court. Fuck the hate campaign on the internet. Tory, you shot me. Ain't no new fucking evidence. Y'all been saying the same shit for years. Tory, please leave me alone. You a fucking demon. I'm off this silly ass internet shit. Bye. That's what she said. So then somebody released Azalea Banks from the hospital, and here she is on the internet talking to us. Y'all know Azalea Banks is like a dead clock. She's right once or twice a day, but besides that, you can't really trust nothing coming out weird bitch mouth, okay? Because she's a hater at heart. Azalea Banks is a hater at heart. And when you are a hater at heart, you never have clear, pure intentions when you say shit. You just don't. Like, most of the shit you say comes from you being a hater, not from the truth of the matter. Not even from your allegiance to women. Because to be very clear, bitch, these men have done several things to you that you come out and screamed about. But here you are being a fucking problem. Sis, Tory is in a jail hospital, probably knocked out on a sedative and pain meds trying to heal. When did he say anything? Right? When did he say anything, right? Because the press conference, nobody feels like Tory Lanez and his family and his lawyers talk to the, you know what I'm saying, talk to the people for the press conference? No. So we just think people are just magically doing press conferences on his behalf. Okay. So he ain't talked to nobody. Okay. He hasn't even told his fans he is okay. I'm sorry, y'all. Give me a second. I'm sorry, y'all. Like, I gotta stop it right there. Tory, bitch ass lanes. Maybe because I was spelling it wrong. He hasn't even told his family how he's doing. Well, May 12th, Tory was stabbed 14 times, including. So he told us what happened. So I don't know why you acting like the nigga ain't come to us with the information when we found out through his social media that he got shanked. Talking about when did he say anything? He hasn't even told his fans he is okay. Bitch, we wouldn't even know about this if it wasn't for him. The public doesn't have proof that man is still alive. No photos, no words from the family. No, just a whole bunch of people fighting on his behalf. All of a sudden, all over the place. From Fox News to fucking Florida, bitch. Girl, is that devils in your head making you spaz like this? If I were you, I would calm down. You're making the block hot. Shh. Azalea. Please go get you some chickens and blood and shut the fuck up, bitch. You want to talk about somebody got something wrong in their head? Like, girl, what? You just wanted to be seen today. You just wanted to hop on the internet and trend. That's all you wanted. Because to be very clear, normally when Azalea eats, she will eat down. This ain't that. Bitch, did you need the money? Were you paid for a post? Because now it's starting to seem like anybody that posts something on behalf of him and it goes to the blogs, y'all are being paid. Who's paying you niggas? Who are these niggas? I'm sorry, y'all. I don't care what they're talking about. I don't care about Anna Luna. Please take your weird ass back over there to the white people side of the internet and stay out of our business. Black people, stop being stupid. I don't understand why y'all are okay with freeing people that will go upside your fucking head if they're in the vicinity of you. I don't understand this. I don't want niggas that just haul off and hit people free to be walking around. That's not what I want, girl. Okay? Shit. I might as well be a fucking old school Republican talking about law and order. What is wrong with y'all? He did it. There was no evidence. Nothing has been provided. Video cam footage that still wasn't released. They keep lying and saying that the bullet fragments disappeared. That's not true. Megan and the courts came out and said that wasn't true a few months ago. They just keep bringing up the same old fucking lies over and over again at different moments so that people will feel like, oh, that's right. I remember. No, you don't. This already went to trial. This already went to court. That nigga's in jail for 10 years and nobody has filed any paperwork saying there's new information. Nobody. Yes, LAPD still has the bullet fragments. They keep lying about the police department does not have to post a video to Instagram to prove to y'all they still have the evidence in the evidence locker, bitch. Are y'all okay? At this point, this is about hating women. This is about hating Megan Thee Stallion. This is about being contrarian. This is about arguing so that you can get attention because y'all are lonely and because y'all hate women and y'all don't like when people fight back. Y'all don't like when women fight back. Y'all want everybody to just lay down and take the abuse. Don't say shit, just take it. And then when people don't take the abuse, you scream and holler as if you've been harmed. I'm tired of y'all. They are absolutely manufacturing storylines because there is no evidence. There's no evidence to be manufactured. Y'all are getting on the internet and saying something is happening and it's not. I'll be here to clear it out for y'all. I'll be here to clear it out for y'all. They didn't say his DNA wasn't on the gun. They said it was inconclusive. Inconclusive means we don't have enough evidence to be sure. But there are a whole bunch of other factors, like who the fuck else shot the gun then? It's only 4 people in the car, bitch. It's only 4 people in the car. If the person that got shot said who shot her, the other person said that nigga shot her because she texted immediately after it happened and said Tory shot Meg. Then I will never forget the video after Megan was shot when the police were on scene and the police had separated everybody. So Meg is sitting on the curb bleeding from the foot in the people from the 911, the paramedics are looking after her. Police are talking to Megan, and you see Kelsey sitting on the curb. Kelsey is sitting on the curb. Meg, are you okay? Meg, you good? That's not the energy of somebody that just shot somebody. That's the energy of somebody that might be on that nigga's side and know what he did. So you're not going to say nothing, but you want her to believe you still care about her. In my mind, if Megan knows you shot her, why would you be turning around to her and saying to her out loud in front of everybody, Meg, are you okay? You okay, Meg? That doesn't make any sense to me. What makes more sense is he did it, paid her off, paid the other security guard not to talk, basically. And since he's been put in jail based on the real evidence that we saw from the scene of the crime, not y'all's imaginations and how y'all feel about a nigga who y'all really didn't even like that. He's now in jail and he's spreading misinformation on the internet so that he can get y'all to go and re-traumatize Megan Thee Stallion because he is obsessed with traumatizing her. I think it's the only power he feels like he has. The fact that there are so many people on the internet willing to go to that girl's page and attack her on his behalf to this day is a testament for the fact that he doesn't need to have access to anybody. So y'all know, like with some of those white serial killers, some of the y'all tell me in the comments y'all remember. There are some white serial killers that because of the way they will always have some weird ass woman willing to do whatever for them through letters and shit. They don't have contact with the outside world because they have the power to influence the outside world to enact crimes on their behalf. At this point, he doesn't need to be able to like really be talking to anybody outside. And I think when she went and got that restraining order put against him, that meant he can't talk and all of that. But it's obvious that he's still probably talking to his dad. His dad is probably still doing this shit for him. That's what is given to me. John Wayne Gacy, Ken and Barbie killers, Ramirez, Manson. Yes. And I feel like that's the only difference. Y'all want to talk about white people and black people and how white people get away with shit? Nah. Black people don't get protected the same. Change the narrative, because the narrative is black people do not get protected in the same way, because we should be protected from this shit, because that is exactly what's happening here. Is that you have a cult following because you were a musician, and your cult then decides they want to enact your revenge onto your victim. That's what's happening here. He does not need to be able to have access with anybody, as far as I'm concerned. Because this is like, enough is enough. I don't give a fuck what y'all talking about. He doesn't deserve to be able to talk to people outside if he cannot not use them, sending them over to Megan Thee Stallion with this. And please understand, I am not saying that he is talking to every single person on the internet personally, stupid motherfuckers. I am saying that he is paying lawyers, he is paying the congresswoman, he is paying possibly, this is all conjecture, this is all my opinion, please be clear, but it feels like you are paying people who have positions in media to say your party line about how this is a great injustice on a black man, but really this is a great injustice on a black woman. This is one of the biggest, I think years from now, people will talk about this. People will talk about how a black celebrity woman was shot by a lesser black male celebrity, and how simply because he was a male, he was able to continuously re-traumatize, re-victimize, and abuse her through his fan base. Because I'm telling you, I'm telling you, every time I see these stories online, my heart rate does the thing where it's like, here we go with this shit. And I feel like the point is to tire everybody out until they no longer want to fight for what's right. And I think a lot of men, especially little mischievous, little bitty black men, have like mastered tiring women out. They know that they can't physically overpower you all the time. So they've learned all of the verbal and mental things that they can do to tire your ass out so that you stop fighting. That's what this feels like to me. That's what this feels like. Digital abuse. Yes. Yes. We need somebody to file something right now. Anyway, child, I'm done. Let's move on. So, girl, Apollo Nida, give us a break. Okay, Apollo Nida, give us a break. Apollo Nida's ex-wife Shireen calls him out for having another woman in her house. Apollo responds with photos of Sheridan with another man. Is her name Sheridan? I thought her name was Shireen. Child, we don't even know her name. I never brought women to our house, and I never put nobody in a bed. I thought they was broke up. I thought they was going through a divorce. Child, there go him looking like a little lesbian. Well, I'm not dealing with any women, number one. Number two, I really want my family back. I don't want to be out here dealing with all these random people. None of my actions were cool. My actions were not who I am as a person. Oh, Apollo knows how to talk a good talk. He know how to complete his sentences and everything. That's how he was able to get Phaedra. Nigga read books, know how to write words. Your actions is what revealed who you are as a person. Meanwhile, he was doing this. I neglected you. I did. And I'm so sorry. I love you. I want us to work on our relationship and get back married and vow to never hurt and vow to never hurt one another. Vow? You mean vow? I spoke too soon. Y'all see how I spoke too soon? Y'all see how I spoke too soon? I gave him credit for reading and knowing how to do complete sentences, and that nigga said vow instead of vow. My God. Overall, I love you. I love you. I love that little girl. I mean well by you too. This is not fair, child. It's not. I want to tell you that I love you. I appreciate you for supporting me when I was in prison. Come to visit me, taking my phone calls, taking the time out of your life, dedicating yourself to me. She's a stupid ass man. I really appreciate that. And thank you so much. I love you for that. Girl, the mind games these niggas play. What do you think about us moving into Miller Reed? We're not together. This what you get. Ooh, shit. I kicked something over, y'all. This what you get, bitch. This what you get, miss. That's my man. He's my man now. He's my man now. Y'all remember she was on the internet when he went to jail, right? When Phaedra was still on Real Housewives of Atlanta. That fucking lady was somewhere on the internet. He's my man now. She said, we're not together. If you want to rent MR for $5,500, I'll rent it to you. I'll be leaving Thursday to check out places out of town. But it's her saying we're not together. I'm sorry, guys. It's so funny. Oh my God. If you just say the word and give me an opportunity, I can make it right, make you love me again. You have to be willing. You gotta be willing, baby. You gotta give me another chance, baby. She falling for it. I'm just saying, y'all. I don't give a fuck about a woman, man. All I care about is my motherfucking paycheck and getting out of motherfucking debt. Paying something motherfucking money back and fucking getting something taken care of in my blanket, my family. I don't give a fuck about no bitch. Ladies, stop giving your bodies to dusty boys. Girl, you came to this conclusion far too late. You came to this conclusion far too late. This is what narcissistic abuse looks like. And this is why I speak out. Oh, yeah, no, like, ain't nothing worse than a motherfucker shitting on you and then telling you they didn't, but then also apologizing at the same time. Look, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know I fucked up. I never do it again. I love you, bitch. Just believe me so I can get my hooks back into you again. To the women he's sleeping with, you are not different. You are supply. Girl, we know. We knew it with you. No other women. I would give anything to start over without any of the actions that hurt you. You are the best thing that has happened in my life. I am very grateful for you. I need God to allow you to forgive me and give me a clean slate. I'm sad and hurt. All that I did hasn't helped me deal with where we are in this relationship. I am a family man, and I do believe in that. This is rough. Look around. Who do I have? Do y'all see this? Feel sorry for me. I'm projecting my fake ass image. Feel bad for me. I know I'm hurting you, bitch, but feel bad for me. Don't feel bad for yourself, bitch. Feel bad for me. If this isn't proof he's using all of you, I don't know how else to save you. This was sent 5/20/25, bitch, yesterday. He sent this yesterday. They've been going through a divorce. He sent this yesterday. She woke up, though. That girl said, we are not together. I'm sorry. It was funny. Please listen to me. Let me talk. And it, look. She was currently married during this, even that isn't Apollo. Child, that looked like Apollo. Trying to emasculate a man is a real thing. Also telling, girl, emasculate, girl, please. Also, telling only your version should be a sin. There is an adverse effect to people's actions, and one must be conscious of that, as well as the decisions they make and the barriers in which they cross. Part 1 of 10. Nigga, we're not doing that. Your house? Really? Hashtag super divorce. Y'all, this is all of the shit that he put on social media. Meanwhile, in her text, begging her for dear God. Begging her for dear God. Them niggas ain't shit. It's absolutely giving Martell. It's absolutely giving Martell Holt. Y'all remember how Martell Holt used to be on that show playing in Melody Face and then turn around and tell everybody, I don't know why she acting like this. Bitch don't like you. She Queen Shireen said, I found my voice. He lost his mask. Don't bring anyone to my house while I'm out of town because you can't afford a hotel room. Roxanne, Val. Yo, I hate when niggas pretend to be smarter than they are. I hate that shit. And you could tell there's a tone that they use. That's why I peep Apollo, like when he was on that last season with her on the marriage boot camp, whatever the fuck it was. You could hear it in his tone, the way he performs intelligence. But when you look at his life, if you were intelligent, your life wouldn't look like that. You know what I'm saying? You have to match what they say with what they show. You have to match it. You can't just tell. You got to show and tell. Show and tell. Just a game I play when I want to say I love you, girl. I'm sorry, y'all. I love that song. Okay, so it's gonna be a long live, and I hate that for us, but I love that for us because I'm not done, bitch. I'm not done, but we're gonna take a quick break because I do want to talk about Diddy, but I also want to talk about the Ryan Clark situation. I do. All right. We're gonna take a quick break and we're gonna come back with a little bit more. All right. Support, like the channel, subscribe to BondyBlue Bites.
Anywhere you go, give it all. Anywhere you say, anywhere.
Titty bop, goddamn. Okay. All right. Keeping it light before we get back into annoyingly dark shit. Sidora was on Carlos King. I talked about it yesterday in my Real Housewives of Atlanta review. But let's get into some of the specifics, shall we?
Were you ever attracted to Dennis? Now,
have you not seen my husband? I like a certain physique. I
just want to tell y'all, I told y'all this. When we was having this conversation on the Real Housewives of Atlanta recaps, I told y'all that Dennis was not fine enough for Drew.
Biceps, not bellies. I really, no offense to Dennis. But the physiques are different. That's what I'm saying. The physiques are definitely different. No? Yeah.
I'm not gonna get
okay.
Listen, don't nobody want. I'm sorry, y'all. All y'all short niggas, listen to me. Hey, short niggas, listen to me. Listen to me, short niggas. It's really 2 games. I'm sorry, 2 rules to this pimp game. Okay? Keep your motherfucking haircut. Do your motherfucking sit-ups. And when you lay on your back, make sure your paper is stacked. Nah, I'm playing, y'all. That's from Trina's album. Y'all remember when some more did the intro on Trina's Diamond Princess album? Hustler, queen of the South shit. Anyway, I'm sorry, y'all. It sent me into a reference. I'm sorry. But really, like, as a man, when you short, it's really just 2 things I'm gonna need for y'all to do. Don't take it personal that you short by being more attractive. Don't bulk up too much. Try to keep a lean muscle. And most of all, do not let that stomach stick out further than that dick. Hallelujah. We are in a new era, niggas. I don't know about y'all. I don't know about y'all. I don't mind me a big man. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm not about to do is you can't be short and fat. Not for me. For another bitch, yeah, she might love that shit. I'm talking about for me and just the general purposes, right? Just like y'all know men like fit women, fit friendly. Y'all like that fit friendly in shape. Y'all love that shit, right? I don't want no little bitty nigga with a stomach that stick out further than his dick. That's not what I don't want you standing there with your stomach poked out. No, it's not what I want. That's not attractive. That's not attractive. I do not care. Ralph is not a catch, but he has abs. To me, that should have been the biggest teller that nigga ain't got no real job. Think about it. Ralph, you're in tech. You're in tech. Looking like that with no real show for it. Meaning that I'm going to need for you to show me the Fortune 500 company that you are working with as a person in tech in order for me to believe it. Because other than that, you could be online doing anything and sitting up there calling it I'm in tech. We ain't never got no real evidence on what the fuck Ralph do for a living. All I know is he work out. I know he work out. Now, I don't think that nigga's attractive, but if you're going to have a bad attitude, you better not have a belly. That's what we not accepting. Niggas, no bad attitudes and bellies at the same time. Pick one. That's been a rule as long as I've been alive. You can't be no big nigga without a good personality. That's wild. That's wild. Ralph is not attractive, but his body is. Not his head. Not him as a whole. Just go from the neck down. But you can't, no, I don't, and even in that situation, I'm not accepting that neither. I'm not accepting no, you know, no. Bad attitude and bad breath. We not taking that shit neither. And that's what Ralph looked like. Ralph looked like bad attitude and bad breath. Ain't got no money. He's a gigolo, spending all Drew's dough. That's all it's giving. He made you think he had a job. Talking about he works. He works. He does very well. Where's the proof? Because I'm starting to think that Drew feel like Ralph works a lot because he's not at home. And I'm like, girl, that's not work. Okay? That's not real work. It might be like work like Mystical say, girl, show that work. Wobble on a wall. Show that work. About to take it all off. Show that work, huh? Lil wee behind. I'm off the easy, huh? You take it off, shorty. Touching the wall, taking it off, shaking it, shorty. Ooh, la mama looking for we be and Mr. Cullen can't enable on your cable. Got you twerking and working on your grandma can just say, well, nah, drop a little lower, pop a little lower for me, baby. Do it you do for part 2, cause don't try to play me. Okay, listen, R.I.P. R.I.P. baby. That's all I'ma say. Shaking in $8 cause I have to go off and show off for we be. Bend over easy. Oh, baby, like it when you jiggle, they wobble. Popping it like a model. Cause you know you act a fool with it. Put the school with it. Been around the world. I like to see you move with it. Boy, I got that fire coming out, that desire. Making them shake it off. Hold on, making them take it off while they shake it like a dog. I'm sorry, y'all. I had to. I had to. Okay, let's move on.
The way Ralph made it seem like it was more than a friendship, that you guys could have been lovers intimately. What do you have to say to that? Were you and Ty ever intimate, kiss?
Flirting, yes.
Okay.
A lot of flirting.
Okay.
I'm not going to say that there wasn't flirting. There was a...
Oh, I love that. I'm not going to lie. Oh, y'all know how hard that is to find? Do you know how hard it is to find somebody that you would like talk and flirt with? And, you know, it's not too much. Y'all just like, oh, hey, how you doing? What's your day? Like, da-da-da-da. Oh, all right. You know what I'm saying? Like, cute little combo. Cute little combo. Drew, I don't believe you ain't fuck nothing, though. I'm going to tell you right now, Drew, I don't believe you ain't fuck nothing, but I want you to say you ain't fuck nothing for divorce purposes. Don't admit to nothing illegal on this motherfucker, girl. Don't do that. Don't you let Carlos, you know, entrap you.
A lot of conversation. There was a lot of group hangouts. And for me, there were just certain things that I wasn't comfortable with, and not judging anybody for their sexual orientation. I just love my husband, you know?
You're a liar. You're a liar, honey. Drew lying. Like, Drew, you lying, girl. I feel like you definitely let that girl finger you in the bathroom. Like something. You mean to tell me you was just on the phone, girl? Divorce purposes. Let me leave it alone.
No, and so there were certain levels. Now I can't help if, you know, Ty felt differently or how she felt. I can't speak for her, but for me, I appreciated the friendship. I appreciated the conversation. I appreciated the fun. I appreciated, you know, the distraction from what I was going through.
Oh, girl, I love a good distraction with no strings attached.
And so much so, I mean, she was around. We hung out publicly. So I wasn't worried about people seeing us or people, but I didn't know it was going to get to this extent to where he would say the reason why he wanted to do.
The way Ralph made it seem like it.
Why he wanted to divorce was because of Ty.
No, see, I don't think it was Ty. I think that may have gave him like the reason to make her to blame. But I think we knew that this was going downhill from, he felt like he wanted to leave from jump. Like, it felt like he didn't want to be there and he was on his way out as soon as they got on the show. So, yeah, nah.
Because that wasn't actually true.
I'm going to be honest with you. When he said that was the reason, I'm going to be honest with you. When Ralph said the reason why we're divorcing is because of Ty, I felt that Ralph wanted to find a reason to bring up Ty. And it goes back to what I saw a few episodes ago. I just felt like Ralph is determined to embarrass you. And he wanted that to come out the way it appeared.
I went through with Ralph over the 10 years of marriage. No one got to really see that pain and really see every detail of what he did to me. And I can promise you this, if a cardboard box would have came and showed me some attention, I would have given it, right? Ty was someone at that time that gave me attention that I wasn't getting from my husband. And I said it on the show. She was a really great friend to me that, like, as simple as put, laughed at my jokes, understood me, listened to me.
Wasn't withholding in every fucking moment as a power play. because that's what Ralph was doing. Ralph was withholding any type of like, interaction that would be jovial for control. I know you want me to be nice. I know you want me to laugh, bitch, but I ain't gonna do it.
Husband that's supposed to be your best friend that you feel like you can talk to and tell anything to. I didn't have that. Before I ever met Ty, there was so much that happened that at that point, Ralph had moved out of the bedroom. I was speaking with the divorce attorney. He was asking for a divorce. We were in conversations of a separation. And yeah, Ty was there and a great friend. Flirting? Yeah. But like at the end of the day, we both have said it was a great friendship. And I'll still say to this day, we're friends. We're not enemies. But relationships come and go. Friendships come and go. And it wasn't what he was making out to be as far as he wanted this divorce. I was fed up. There was infidelity. There was pain. There was hurt. And I feel like he waited for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
He waited for a reason. And I feel like that friendship was that reason he hung on to and he's still hanging on to, because I had an open conversation with him about Ty being a friend. He felt like it was inappropriate. So we didn't talk anymore, husband. We didn't talk anymore. I thought we were in a position to reconcile. And again, I have been met with.
And that's why the lesbians be very weary of you old bi-curious assholes. Okay? Because this how y'all play. Bitch won't be flirting with me all on my line and shit. Waiting to get back with that dumbass nigga that don't even laugh at her jokes. He don't even like her.
Claudia thinks Ty's an opportunist. Do you, Mimi Fowles, being in a relationship with her for how long was it?
Almost 7 years.
You were in a relationship with Ty for 7 years. Is Ty an opportunist who only dates women who are famous because of a come up?
After me, yes. I was her step on the ladder, and now it's, yes, 1,000%.
Why do you feel that way?
Track record. It's, look at it. The whole situation with Drew. And I know they want to say they're just friends, but I know different. And then she hanging around Drew. Here comes me, and then me, and now basketball wives. And it's just
she like her a reality show girl, Mimi. So you feel like she an opportunist because she like her a reality show girl. I'm gonna tell y'all right now. Yeah. Listen, I know women like Ty in real life. Like, I know women like Ty in real life. And a part of what makes them feel good about themselves is their ability to be super saver hold of some woman. Please know that. So it's not even just so she can be on a reality show. I don't think that's really the point. You want to make more money, you want your fame. She really, from what I understand, she needs to be focusing on her team. Cause ain't she the coach, one of the co-coaches for the Chicago team? And I heard they played real bad. We're gonna get into the RG3 and all of that shit after this. But she said, I pray I never become this miserable when I get in my 50s, bitch. That passive aggressive ageist shade you just threw. Shaking my head. I've never spoke ill on Olu Remy, not using her government name after all she's done. Tina Thompson said, making the rounds is diabolical. What exactly is this called? Could have sworn you have over a decade career that's based on actual talent. Ty said it's a smear Ty name campaign. Them two been doing since we broke up years ago.
Child, my ex and that lady been trying to drag me since we broke up. This just shows their misery and not mine. I don't got nothing to do with that. Let them live their best life. That don't even worry about it. It's so irrelevant. Like, whatever podcast or whatever they had is irrelevant. We've been broken up almost 3 years. Child. Pish posh. Child, my ex and that lady been trying to drag me since we broke up. This just shows their misery and not mine.
Yeah. I'm sorry, y'all. It's giving it's giving she a dog ass bitch. We ain't got no evidence of it. We ain't got no evidence of it. But it's giving a old, you know, a little smidge of a, you know, a little smidge of a narc personality, a little bit, you know, with a stud twinge on the top. It's a very specific type of individual. But what I will say is that, hey, if you could fuck Stevie J and all of the niggas in the entertainment industry to get where you got, I don't see an issue with Ty having relationships with other famous people. Ty has her own shit going on, for one, as the person said. But in relationships, I could absolutely see her being the toxic stud. Absolutely. Problematic as fuck, but fine. Act like a motherfucker, but don't get caught up. Don't get too close. You fall in love with her, she'll break your fucking heart. Okay, that's what it's giving. Okay? It's giving, bitch, I'm gonna break your fucking heart because I am a toxic stud. I'm also a beautiful woman. And when you are a beautiful woman / toxic stud, bitch, that is the worst of both worlds. Because they have the ego and sometimes the temperament of a man. But then they have the ability to be pretty and soft and communicate in a way that is not like a stalemate, but they know how to tap into that. That's why you got to be safe with the lesbians, boy, because the things that men do, like men can do these types of manipulative things in relationships, and you can see it coming. Like you can see it. With women, when women do it, it's different because you can't always see it coming because they don't perform masculinity in the same toxic way off rip. Not all of them. There is very much a I'm better than that nigga. Not only because I can have conversations, my house smell nice. I'm a woman. I'm going to take care of you. I'm going to make sure you got everything you need. I'm a woman. I know how to take care of another woman because I'm a woman. Like that's a part of it that is alluring. Once they hit you with that gotcha, bitch, they can switch into that nigga shit, which is turn off all emotions, do whatever the fuck I want, be cold to you, dead face. Bondi, you definitely have experienced this type of demon. I have a lot of experience. Oh, these bitches ain't shit but hoes and tricks. Lick the pearl tongue, nigga, keep your dick. Get the fuck out after I come so I can hop in my coupe and make a quick run. Okay? Using femininity against you. Yes. And the thing about dating women is that you will normally give women more of a benefit of the doubt than you will men. But it's okay because all life is a lesson. All life is a lesson. Okay? Yes, they all look, my dick ain't gonna get soft. They will always push themselves like they gonna be better than whatever nigga you was with. And be better. But be a better toxic motherfucker. Yes, you absolutely manipulated me much better than that nigga did. Congratulations, bitch. I'm gonna give you the clap, 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 bitch. Lesbians supposedly have the highest of. Is that right? I would have to look that up. But yeah, y'all. The girls are fighting. Mimi got that. Fuck that. I hate that bitch. Mimi got that. I hate that bitch look on her face. My God, today. All right, so let's get into second to last topic. I know I'm here for a long time, y'all, but I hope y'all love me. I hope y'all love me. And y'all appreciate it anyway. Thank you for the griot. For putting
we move in clauses to educate that.
Okay. So it started off.
We move. Then
it started off. Hold up, let's go back because I want to make sure.
You know you that.
And so now, if you're RG3,
all of you know there's a line.
Okay, so apparently, the Chicago Sky Forward posted a TikTok selfie video set to Beyonce's Formation, specifically the part where B says, "You know you that bitch when you cause all this conversation, always stay gracious, best revenge is your paper." The post comes after the WNBA launched an investigation into alleged racist remarks made by fans during the Sky's May 18th game against Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever. Angel's video also follows former NFL star Ryan Clark slamming Robert Griffin III for saying Angel hates Caitlin Clark. He also expressed, y'all know you be drinking and all this L. Ugh. He also questions whether RG3 could truly understand Angel's experience as a Black woman. Okay, so basically, this has been going on since Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark were in college, which feels like it wasn't that long ago. My God, today. But it's always been this beef. And I feel like Caitlin Clark knows that they're trying to use her as like a tool of white supremacy. So she's come out and said, I'm not trying to be used as a tool of white supremacy. The fact that y'all think the fact that Caitlin Clark thinks she's straight is very interesting to me. I can't wait to see how that turns out, because nothing about that white lady gives straight. I just want to say that, but that's okay. That's fine. Do whatever, if y'all want to act like she's straight, we can act like she's straight. That's fine. Maybe she ain't figured it out for herself yet. I don't know. Maybe she don't feel, maybe she don't feel like she could tell the truth. I don't know.
It's all of you.
But they have been racist towards Angel Reese this entire time. Every time Angel Reese does something, somebody has something negative to say about it. Specifically the men who are in the, sports commentary arena, a lot of them are like, we're internalized racist Black men. We hate Black women. We we don't like them. Okay, you don't know who we're really dating 9 times out of 10 because we don't want you to know it's some 19-year-old white girl, Shannon Sharp. Like, a lot of them obsess, and they really do cause more issue between these two girls. It's almost like they're doing what men always do, having a circle jerk with their hate of some woman, like jacking each other off with their hate of some woman. That's what everybody has been doing with this basketball shit when it comes to Angel and Caitlin. I don't even think Angel and Caitlin have this issue with each other. I think they're playing basketball and doing their thing and being competitive. And then the men come in acting like, competitive nature is different with women. So now we're going to villainize it when the women do it. The niggas been beating each other's asses on the court for years, and nobody, makes it a big deal like that, unless they somebody that's always fighting. But with Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese, it's like y'all are consistently making Angel Reese out to be this big bag monster, and it's really weird. It's really weird. So Ryan Clark came to her defense.
Now, if you're RG3, when is the last time within your household you've had a conversation about what she's dealing with? You haven't been able to do that because in both of your marriages, you've been married to white women. You haven't had opportunities to have those conversations to educate you on what they're feeling, what Black women deal with, what they're seeing when they think of a young Angel Reese. And the whole time that he's mimicking Angel Reese and bobbing his head and moving his neck while he's doing this whole piece, his wife is in the back amening and clapping. And so to me, it's just another situation that now this young lady has to deal with. When I worked with RG3, he would make all of these sort of corny jokes about milk and how much he loved it and how important it was. And he always points out on social media the color of his wife's skin, as if the color of her skin is what makes her special. And so now if you're RG3, when is the last time?
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna get the rest of it because I want to listen to the rest of what he said. But I mean, I feel like we're not slow, right? We know all we have to.
We move Clark's heroic or hero then to being.
We know that RG3 is one of those, like, I was unattractive to the Black girls and I've internalized this. So now I'm with white women and I hate Black women because they didn't like me because I'm not cute. Like, most of the Black men who hate Black women, and you see it in the way they are in, long-term relationships with white women that don't like Black women. And they use their platforms to always like target Black women and have something negative to say about Black women, is because like they're still the ugly little kid that's mad that the Black girl that they like didn't like them. Keisha didn't like them growing up. And so now every Black woman has to pay for the fact that you're not cute and you're not smooth and you playing basketball doesn't make you, or whatever sport doesn't make you cute or smooth. It just doesn't. And so y'all get with white women as an act of revenge on black women, and nobody cares, and you're miserable about it. And so now you get on your platform and you act like it's about how they're playing. You act like it's about, the business, but but it's not. It's personal. You are going at Angel Reese in a very personal way. I'm trying to see if I can find the original thing, but let me let Clark do his pandering thing.
Being able to read the expressions of a person and know their intent, know their character, know their perspective. But he does understand hate, because I think he also understands the hate of self. When you look at the play, which is all we can speak to as professionals, all we can speak to as analysts, Angel Reese pushed one of her teammates. Caitlin Clark had a hard foul, which is part of basketball. I feel like it was assessed correctly. And Angel Reese's reaction is the sort of reaction you get in a situation when you feel like you took an intentionally hard foul. That's competitiveness. That's rivalry. That's not hate. And so now, though, when RG3 jumps on to the hate train or to the angry train, and now follows along with what we saw from Keith Olbermann, what we saw from Dave Portnoy, as they poured on to Angel Reese to make her the villain. And Kate, we moved in to being able to read the expressions of a person and know their intent, know their character, know their perspective. But he does undergo story. Right. The one thing we know about RG3 is he's not having conversations at his home about what Black women have to endure in this country, about what young Black women and athletes like Angel Reese have had to deal with being on the opposite side of Caitlin Clark's rise and ascension into stardom. Now, when you look at it, I think A'ja Wilson is the face of the league. A'ja Wilson is the best player in the league. Caitlin Clark is the most important player in the WNBA. And a ton of her fandom has come along with some racial bias or some racial pieces to why people love her so much. And so now, if you're RG3, when is the last time within your household you've had a conversation about what she's dealing with? You haven't been able to do that because in both of your marriages, just to educate you on what they're feeling, what Black women deal with, what they're seeing when they think of women that they're with over Black women by denigrating Black women. I feel like we should have an opportunity to move past that and understand that Angel Reese can be great in her own right, as Caitlin Clark is as well. Caitlin Clark is a likable and lovable super.
So basically, Ryan is taking the long way around the airport to say RG3 is being completely ignorant of the racial biases, but he's not being ignorant. He knows about the racial biases and he's playing into them because he is an agent. Where my girl Erica at? He's Agent Smith. The people out here that push the white, heteronormative Christian bullshit on everybody, like white is right, Christian is the only, respectable religion. Being straight is the only way to be. That's right. Like all of those things, all of those hard lines, all of that shit. That's all this is. And it's so exhausting. I do appreciate Ryan for his intelligent perspective on the situation. But what I start to notice is it's like these two people are having an argument, but it's like a chess game, right? One side is one side, the other side is the other side, and they're both having this argument. But it's kind of to trap whoever is paying attention to the argument. Like they both have the same goal. The same goal is to trap whoever is watching them in the moment, right? A lot of times I feel like the men that argue, and not just men, people period, that sometimes argue on the side of right when it feels like it's pandering. It's almost as if I'm just a part of the show. I'm just a part of the show. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm going to act like this nigga doesn't know what he's doing when we have this conversation. We're going to have a disingenuous conversation where I'm going to make the argument on behalf of the people that he's attacking. He's going to continue to attack. He's going to stand on his point and I'm going to argue against his point. But we're both clear on the fact that this is a manipulation because we both know what we're doing here. And that's what it's given. Like, so when you tell me, oh, he doesn't understand, he does know. He knows what's going on. RG3 knows exactly what's going on. Just like Ryan Clark knows that RG3 knows what's going on. Stop acting like these niggas are confused. They're not. Even the ones arguing on your behalf, acting like the other niggas don't understand something, they know those niggas understand. But I appreciate Ryan Clark's perspective. I'm not, playing him too hard. But I'm just saying, like, that's what this feels like to me. When we end up watching people have arguments and really both of them are on the same side. We just don't know it. Where the fuck is the RG3 clip? Well, his old unattractive.
Glaze of the week this week goes to RG3.
Damn, where's the clip of RG3 talking into his cell phone? I want to let Van shit play. I like to refer back to people that have,
all of you know there's a line in life that you just simply don't cross. Wives and children are always off limits. And Ryan Clark has sprinted past that line. Ryan Clark didn't like my sports take that Angel Reese hates Caitlin Clark. And that's fine.
That's not a sports take. The fact that you feel like that's a sports take and you don't see how personal that is, and then you turn around and act like what he said about you and how you can't see clearly about Black women because of your internalized racism and therefore your pedestalization of white women, like,
it's okay. It's part of the game. Sports media, I'm going to have an opinion. This person might.
I just say we all playing a game. You mad because we supposed to be keeping the lie alive. You're not supposed to get on this internet and play me out for a woman.
Might not agree with it. That person might not agree with it. But what you don't do is turn around and personally attack me and my family.
So you can personally attack Angel Reese, but if somebody comes to her defense and points out why you're doing it, then it's an attack on you and your family. Right. Okay.
Just because you don't agree with a sports opinion that is purely based off the sport. All of you.
It wasn't purely based off the sport. You're saying that now, but we know it's not. Where's Van? Van, come talk to the people for me, please, so you can tell me what's going on.
Glaze of the week this week goes to RG3, Robert Griffin III. He's glazing Caitlin Clark. So he's not so much glazing as he's surfing on the clip. Surfing. He got into the mind of Angel Reese. This is what RG3 said. After watching Caitlin Clark's flagrant foul on Angel Reese in the aftermath, there's no way Angel Reese can continue the lie that she doesn't dislike Caitlin Clark. I know what hatred.
Yo, if this isn't like a prime key, a key tool of racism, we're going to hit you. And then when you respond to being hit, we're going to say, you hate us. What the fuck?
It looks like Angel Reese hates Caitlin Clark. Not some basketball rivalry either. Hate. Even if all of that was true, even if what he's saying is true, what the fuck difference does it make? Like, why is RG3 deciding to baby Caitlin Clark, right? Why is he treating Caitlin Clark like the most delicate WNBA sports flower? Like, why? Like, I don't understand.
Baby, that white lady does not, never mind. I'm going to stop right there because we're not going to do this. But I'm just saying
why he's running in to be Captain Sava Hooper.
This is who RG3 is. I feel like every single time we talk about him on this podcast, it's the way that he is fascinated and seems to be obsessed with whiteness, particularly white women. He's got his white wife right behind him as he's belittling Black women. There is an obsession, and he has the corniness that surrounds this Black and white, and this obsession with his love for milk, as he used to joke about at ESPN, or trying to prove to us how down his wife is. And listen, you should be proud about who your significant other is. But the fact that you keep throwing the whiteness of it all is something different.
Glaze of the week this week goes to
Yikey Dikey. That nigga ugly. All right. That's how it go, y'all. That's how it go. You're ugly nigga, get a white woman, think you pretty. Ciao. I'm praying for Angel Reese's psyche, okay? Because as much as I sometimes feel like Angel Reese is, we've heard her say certain things. It's on the lines of a pick me, just a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Not a lot, but a little bit. No matter how much of a pick me y'all want to be, there's always some nigga out there showing you why you shouldn't be a pick me. That's all I'm saying. There's always some nigga out there somewhere that's going to show you why you shouldn't be out here acting like a pick me. Because there's always some man out there that's going to be itching to treat you like shit. Especially when you're a black woman with any type of fame or achievements. Don't let you be smart, pretty, and fine. My God, they'll hate you. But let's get into the end, y'all. Y'all know you come to the end of the road.
I'm a savage. Whatever I want, I'm going to get. Whatever I want, I have to get.
Can't stop. Won't stop.
Listen. Sean Diddy Combs' trial is steamrolling ahead, goddammit. And we've been getting a lot of new information, nothing too, exciting, but just a lot of new information. Okay, feds released pics of baby oil, drugs, heels, dildos, and more from Diddy's Miami mansion raid. Okay, so this is from the mansion raid that we saw. That's a lot of bottles of fucking baby oil and Astro. What are the rubber duckies for? Y'all, what are the rubber duckies for? Oh my God, what are and why is he carrying the heels around with him? Do y'all know how weird it is for the man to have the tools he wants the woman to wear, like just with him? Because he had some of the same shit when they found him at the hotel. I mean, when they came to arrest him. Who are these shoes for? Carisha, were these your shoes? Carisha, were you wearing these, Carisha? Are these new shoes? Were these Cassie shoes? And he just make sure all you bitches wear the same size shoe? Yeah, y'all, that's interesting. It's given that there was a girl, there's one specific Carisha, was it you? I'm starting to feel like it was Carisha, y'all. I'm starting to feel like all of this stuff was fit for Carisha. Because or maybe Gina, whoever the woman was that he's there with, that's who he has all of this shit for. Ciao. All the netting and all the shit that Cassie said he likes to wear, child. Not that shit looking like Whitney Houston bathroom slick shade. Is that a big ass dick? That must be a big ass dick right there. I'm sorry. Oh, come on with the honey packs. With the honey packs. Honey packs. Look at the honey packs. Child, Diddy. Okay, listen, if y'all didn't know he was bringing in the product, his name is on the motherfucking briefcase. Y'all, this shit is hilarious. Meek Mill came out just to put that on record. And the craziest thing I seen at a puff party is Coke vibes. And that's going on at all these parties. I'm from North Philly. I had millions since I was 23. I don't even want to be addicted to weed. Not judging, but I see it different. In the midst of Diddy, okay, I'm not even about to do all of this with Meek Mill, because Meek, you can say what you want to, but the proof is in the pudding, my love. And the proof in the pudding was at some point you were a tool of some sort. You could try to front and act like that was not you, but we saw you way too many times looking fucked up, looking disheveled, looking like you were not taking care of yourself. Then you went to prison and Jay-Z had to come and help you get out. So yeah, no, I feel like we're not getting the full story here, but this is somebody that comes online ever so often so that they can keep telling us that it wasn't them. But it feels like it was. It really do feel like, yeah, it feel like you was Diddy bopping for whatever that means. But I do feel like, I don't care what nobody say, I feel like he's one of the people that Diddy was able to make do whatever he wanted to do for whatever reasons. Like, that's what it feel like to me. I don't know what compromising situations that Meek may have been in, but Meek's not selling me on that story. I'm sorry. Ryan Leslie, yo, if y'all knew how I didn't know this was Ryan Leslie. Who the fuck was I thinking about when I was thinking about Ryan Leslie begging? I mean, you know, it's just been, I guess, no, that's, yeah, that nigga's old now. He was also 10 years older than Cassie. Okay, so let me tell y'all what I think before I let him talk. Y'all remember how R. Kelly used to have people that would go and pick girls up for him? There was also a story that came out in one of the Tony Busby cases. It could not be true. It could be true. We don't know. But what I will say is I think there is something to be said for these men having other people shopping for women for them when they're out and about. And some part of me feels like Ryan may have wanted Cassie for himself. But when Ryan brought Cassie to Diddy, Diddy said, I hope you know you're going to have to come up off that. I feel like that was a conversation. I don't care what he's talking about. You were an old ass nigga with her too. I really do feel like Ryan Leslie and Diddy had a conversation at some point. Hey nigga, you gonna have to come up off that. Like it's giving you gave Cassie and then you made money because you were Cassie's manager. She was your artist, and then she becomes Diddy's artist, and then she gets signed into that contract. Who got paid for that contract? Because if we really looking at it, Cassie wasn't getting paid for that contract, not for real. Anything he was giving her was meant to keep her. It wasn't actually payment for anything besides the sex work that she's not supposed to be getting paid for because that's illegal and shit. And I was watching somebody, I can't remember who it was, but they was like, what's the difference between Cassie and all of the men? I think it was Yanni. What's the difference between Cassie and all of the men that she laying down with? You know, all of the men that were escorts, because she's an escort too. And I'm like, the difference is those men got to go home. Those men got to go home. And if those men didn't want to pick up the phone, they could just not pick up the phone. Cassie couldn't. That's the difference. The difference is all of the men that were paid for their work were able to take their money and then leave. Cassie could not take her money and leave. But I just want to say, like, the way they pass women around in the industry, especially young women, is definitely given. She may not have known what was going on. But for Ryan to sit up here and say he didn't know what was going on, I don't believe that at all. Let's listen.
I know you gotta go, but on this day, Monday.
Oh, Noriega, what the fuck? I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. I don't want to scream in y'all ear. That's not what I wanted to do. But this is the first time I'm seeing Noriega with this hair. I cannot stand you Kirk ass niggas. I cannot stand you Kirk ass niggas. Y'all were bald all the time we've known y'all. Y'all haven't had hair. And then y'all pop up as old men with Beijing and hard hairstyles. And I don't know what's going on. Noriega, what is happening?
September 23rd at 6:23.
Yeah.
Do you think that we would be talking here and Diddy being in jail? Like,
no. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. And I think really for me, it's because when I first got into the music game, we talked about Tommy Mottola. Mm-hmm. It was Tommy and Puff. Those were my mentors. Mm-hmm. Puff was on the management side. Tommy signed me as an artist on the publishing side. Puff and Gwen Niles, they managed me. Oh. But I've always been in my own insulated. I didn't see any of this going on. I literally did not see any of it. So all I saw was someone who gave me an opportunity, somebody who put me in the room with all the biggest artists. My first placement ever was on Beyonce because of this connection. Wow. Britney Spears, doing Danity Kane, singles for Loon, singles for New Edition. But that's because I basically was in my little ivory tower making stuff, sending it, and literally, incredible connections and opportunities were being created from the music. So all I needed to do was be in the music. But even today, I mean, y'all can see like from even me being in Harvard that young, I never acquired a taste for alcohol, for drugs, for partying. And not to say when I got to New York, that's actually how I met Cassie, because I was like, yo, I'm a big producer now. I'm going to the club, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Right. But like, I have never really had that as a vice. I think I have obsessiveness in other pursuits. So I would have never, literally never. And also, you know, folks have always talked to me and say, hey, you know, they've asked me, you know, hey, how do you feel? Were you heartbroken? You know, Puff took your girl, whatever it was. And like, I understand when a story or a narrative is not for me. And once it was no longer for me, then there were other narratives and stories for me.
We know you gotta go.
That doesn't make any sense. What do you mean there were other narratives? Do you mean there were other people? Is that what you mean, Ryan? You mean you were making your music, you didn't know anything about that, you know, what was going on? That's cap. You knew. If you were his artist, if you were around him, you knew. But it was in your best interest to stay quiet. Everybody knows that. That's fine. It does feel like on some level you were offered something for her. That's what it felt like. And I think that you knew the type of niggas that they were, and that's why you didn't drink. That, like, all of that, yeah. But I see what's going on. I don't want no parts of that. I'm also not strong enough to say anything. I want my career. I just met this girl. I'm going to let him do whatever he want to do as long as I get the career that I want to have. And then I'm going to just remove myself. That's what happened, like, in my opinion. In my opinion, as it said above, this is all my opinion. I don't know any of this to be fact. But it's definitely given there was a conversation and you knew it was up and you moved in a way that protected yourself. That's what it gives. But I still have to feel like you capping on some level because you are also 10 years older than her. So Diddy being 15, you being 10 is giving older men plotting on a young girl that has no idea what's happening around her. People are making decisions. People are making transactions with her in mind, and she has no idea what's going on. And there was another person, y'all. Do y'all remember there was another girl? And we haven't heard much about her, but they didn't prove her to be a liar. They proved that other lady to be a liar. But the one that was crying at that news conference, who said that her boyfriend used to work with Diddy, and so they would all hang out and Diddy invites her to the studio and she thinking it's about the boyfriend and she ends up getting drugged and assaulted, and she said it was him and a security guard or some shit like that. The story has changed and all of that, so we don't know if that's true or not. But it's another situation in this universe where Puff uses somebody he's working with and assaults their girl. And I know that that's a that's a domination play. That's a way to dominate somebody. To, like, if you're a person that gets off on controlling other people, if you get off on power, like I think Puffy does, then it probably does something for you to be able to tell that nigga, I'm gonna offer you something else, but I want your girl. And for all of us to know that this is fucked up, all of us to know that he's about to do terrible things to her, but that I'm thinking about my future. And so I'm going to just let it rock. And it's probably safer for me to do so. I also feel like Ryan was probably another person put in one of them situations where you were probably threatened as well. You were probably made to understand, listen, Playboy, you can either be okay with it and get your career, or you can not be okay with it and end up in a body bag. You can decide whichever one you'd like. That's the type of shit that I think Diddy was on with these people. Okay? Like, are you some Harvard educated smart man, or are you an aloof dumb ninja? You cannot play smart and play stupid at the same time. So which is it? Absolutely. Absolutely. Because everybody that says they didn't develop a taste for something, that's not you just not developing a taste. Because if you drink enough, you'll develop a taste. It's you deciding I'm not going to give anybody an opportunity to handle me in that way. I think if you are Harvard smart, then because white people do this too. I don't know if you know white people, you know how they, they known for drugging people at parties and shit in college life, right? Everybody knows that college life is full of your Supreme Court justices, lawyers, and businessmen in college being able to get away with assaulting some girl because they drugged her, and then everybody was so worried about their future. College is like the best time for men to assault women, especially if they are somebody that has somewhat of a future, because everybody will say they shouldn't have to be held responsible for assaulting the woman because they have a future that's supposed to be promising. We see that happen all over the place. Football players, everybody. So it definitely gives, if you want to play dumb, that's your business. But nobody stays clean, head above water, money in pocket, house in your name around Diddy without some type of deal being made. And you can't tell me no different. You can't tell me no different. A deal has to be made, my nigga. You ain't getting out of that shit clean. Like nobody around him gets out clean for real. Think about it. But we appreciate you, Ryan Leslie, for adding yourself to this. This is one of the male escorts. We find out very funny details. We love to make shit smart, funny, terrible shit funny, but let's get into it. Sheree Hayes, known as the Punisher, testified that he was hired by Diddy and Cassie in 2012 to produce erotic scenes for the couple. He says when he was originally contacted, he was told his services would be for a small group of friends, but instead, when he arrived at the New York Trump Tower, it was Cassie wearing a wig and nothing but a robe. She then told him he was really there, what he was really there for, paid him $800 and instructed him not to acknowledge her husband, Diddy. He says at some point, Diddy did appear, but with his face covered like a Muslim woman with only the eyes showing and holding a bottle of lubricant. That's creepy. Hayes says after they were done, Cassie gave him an additional $1,200. Child, they really was out here depending on how big your dick was. It's giving like, how much you was getting paid. Because we heard about the other people that got $1,200 off front and then got $6,000 on the back end. So it's giving that, they shortchanged you, bro. She also let him know that she was comfortable with him, which eventually led to Hayes meeting with the couple 8 to 12 more times. He gave details about some of the other encounters, saying that Diddy would basically direct them. He claims that on one occasion, Diddy dropped a stack of money and said, "I like this shit," as Hayes was having sex with Cassie. That is creepy as fuck. As his testimony went on, Hayes spoke about his struggle to perform for the couple, sometimes due to erectile dysfunction. This led to prosecutors asking about his book titled In Search of Freezer Meat. Hayes says 6 out of 186 pages in his book are about sexual encounters with the couple, but he didn't reference them by name. I don't know who wrote that. They need to go back. Oh my God. Y'all want me to read it? Okay, let me see if I can try. The bootleg boy toy. Not the bootleg boy toy. Bro, what that mean? What that mean, bro? In the heart of my pill dependency, I had another pure opportunity that became my usual disaster because of my lack of effort to fix my ED. I got a random call on a Saturday night from a female wanting to hire me. She said, "It's my birthday and I'm here with a few girlfriends. Are you available tonight?" Now, I usually would give last minute parties away, but when I heard the location was Trump Tower, Central Park West, I knew it was someone with big bucks. So I was keeping this gig. After some scheduling back and forth, I quoted her $200. We confirmed 2:30 a.m. and I showed up with my dance bag ready to put on a show. I knocked on the door and it opened to literally the most beautiful woman I had ever seen in person. I mean, she was flawlessly stunning. She greeted me with this huge, inviting smile, and it was clear she was in a bathrobe with nothing underneath. I'm startled, yet in awe of her as she led me into the living room area of the hotel suite. The room was dimly lit, but empty. I was expecting a room full of girlfriends celebrating with her, but no one was there. And oddly, all the furniture was covered in white sheets. Child, I would have thought somebody was about to murder me. When I saw this, my mind immediately flashed to the movie American Psycho, where the killer covered all the furniture in plastic before he killed someone. So I had a momentary freak out. I regained my composure, then asked, "Where would you like me to do the show?" She responded that she wasn't interested in my dancing, and my purpose for being there was that her husband had a voyeur fetish and enjoyed watching her in sexy scenes. She wanted us to sit across from each other while sensually covering ourselves with baby oil. The goal was to make it look hot and sexy as possible while her husband watched from a distant corner across the room. Most importantly, we were supposed to act like her husband was not there and not acknowledge his presence at all. She asked me to just change into a towel, pointed to a chair for me to sit in, and handed me $800 in cash. Now I was completely blown away and creeped out at the same time. Yes, this woman was gorgeous, but I really felt uncomfortable with this voyeur husband looking from afar. But fuck it, I was here, and I was definitely not giving back the 800. Just in case things escalated to more than a body rub, I took a 2 milligram Cialis to be ready. We sat across from each other to start the scene, and I must admit it was super sexy. She had this huge bottle of baby oil that was sitting in a bowl of hot water to make it warm. Then she drenched her body in it, limb by limb, rubbing herself all over while biting her lips. She appeared to be fully in the moment, and her energy was pulling me in. I started to get turned on and took the bottle, doing the same, covering my body with oil and rubbing it all over myself. We sat across from each other, but close enough that if we both sat forward, we were within reach. We soon started to rub and caress each other's bodies, and there was an apparent buildup of desire. As I'm caught up in this moment, I can't help but see movement from the corner of my eye. The husband has entered the room, and although he was not close to us, I could clearly make out what was going on. Dude was butt naked with one of those Muslim head coverings that only revealed his eyes, so his face is completely covered. He has a bottle of Astroglide in his hand while he is madly whacking his meat with the other hand. Like you could hear the whacking from across the room. Whack, 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 whack. Before I continue, I would like to make it clear that I have nothing against gay people. I support any way of life that one chooses. I have very close gay friends, but I am not a gay or bisexual man. So to have another dude in the background naked and beaten off was way out of my comfort zone. I couldn't help but worry if this guy would make a move on me. So I was definitely paranoid and overthinking. Now I'm not supposed to acknowledge him. So he didn't say anything directly to me, but he was speaking in a low voice, giving subtle orders to his wife, sharing his wants and enjoyment. A fun fact about me, after all my years in a club with the loud music, I can't hear for shit. This was making matters 10 times worse because in my discomfort at the moment, everything he said to his wife, my deaf non-hearing interpretation was all fucked up. An example would be if he said to his wife, "Baby, move over to the right," my non-hearing paranoid brain would hear, "Yum, I bet his blunt tight." I guess his asshole's tight. Or if he had said, "I love that position you're in," my different interpretation would be, "I can't wait to penetrate him." Nigga. You weren't mishearing shit, son. You weren't mishearing shit, son. He said that. So between the crazy whacking noises and the bad hearing interpretations, I am creeped all the way out and my dick won't stay hard for shit. So ain't no fucking happening. But even with the inconsistent erection, she says, "That was great. We can stop now," and hands me 1,200 more. This was in addition to the 8 when I showed up. That's 2,000 for about 45 minutes of baby oil play in a limp noodle. I was ecstatic. She then let me know she felt comfortable with me and wanted me to come back the next time they were in town. Hell yeah, I'll be back. The fact that she liked him because I don't think he got it. Yeah, y'all probably started to like each other as people, but she liked you because you weren't going to be poking her all hard and shit. That's what it's giving. It's giving, "Oh, your dick don't always work, but he still like you. That mean I can be in this scene not having to worry about somebody annoying and aggravating that UTI that I currently have." Yeah. That's what that was giving. Hell yeah, I'll be back. But she also mentioned, and next time I would like to go a little further. Shit, the pressure was on now. I got to get me and my dick on the same page. Couldn't sell out 2 times in a row. The next time, same situation. I popped another Cialis, but since it had already let me down, I traveled to a random sex shop and asked the clerk for the strongest thing he had. He gave me Dick Density Gold, said it was his bestseller. I popped the pill and showed up praying this pill worked better than Cialis. Now I had no idea what was in this pill, but my first reaction was oddly, I had to take a shit, but not a normal shit. Like I did a colon cleanse, diarrhea, everything needs to exit your anatomy shit. I was on the toilet for 30 minutes straight. A roll of toilet paper and a shower later, it was time to work. And we were back in the scene with the oil and naked bodies. But this time I had the erection of life. God damn, fucking up your stomach, but making your dick hard. Dick Density Gold came through big time. The only thing was, along with the boner came a splitting headache. My face turned flush red, and I'm pretty sure my heart was beating out of rhythm. I was trying to keep my composure during the scene, but I was on a thin line of getting paid to fuck the hottest woman of my life or calling 911 to stay alive. I wonder why. I wonder if it was the drug that he took or it was some drugs he didn't know he took. Like any responsible adult male, I chose to fuck the hot chick for money. The couch caressing oil action got so steamy that we decided to take the scene to the bedroom, and now it was really going down. I dived between her legs and started the Bruce lick tongue kung fu into the 36 chamber style pussy eating, and she went crazy. After about 10 minutes, it was batting practice, and I was dick density deep balling her like an MLB Hall of Famer. We were both loving the moment, and apparently the husband was too, as he appeared out of nowhere and slammed a stack of $100 bills on the bed, then said, "Oh yeah, I like this shit." My asshole instantly clenched as my deaf ear heard him say he's about to get this dick. I began to feel creeped out energy and feared my boner was a goner. Luckily, he didn't say that, and my dick didn't go down either. This was the erection of, do y'all see how this man, the entire time, he's there to fuck a woman, but scared that this nigga's gonna fuck him the entire time. Nothing could get it to go down. Nothing. No, I mean, seriously, nothing. I literally could not get my dick to go down. My shit was petrified. I lost all sensation. I couldn't feel shit. Couldn't enjoy shit, and couldn't come for shit. My dick was just a dead log. After about an hour, she was begging me to come, and I was using every focus technique I could think of to try to bust a nut, and it wasn't working. I was ready to call it quits as she appeared satisfied, but it became clear that they weren't going to be happy unless I came also. So eventually I had to call time. Y'all, man, I'm gonna tell you something. Ain't nothing worse than when you want a nigga like, all right, nigga, that's enough. Nut. Okay, bust a nut. I'm tired of this shit. So eventually I had to call a timeout from the scene, and I jumped on Google for help with this dick density goal direction. After some quick searches, I learned I needed to drink a glass of ice water to somehow help me ejaculate. I had no idea why, but I tried it and it worked. So finally I was able to blow my load, which she insisted I do all over her vagina. I shot her box up like she was the winning coach of the Super Bowl. I really need this nigga to stop with the sports metaphors. And my dick was the bucket of Gatorade. She loved it, and oddly, I guess the husband did too. As this ending became the routine every time we got together, which at first was nice until over time I began to suspect that after I blew my load, her hubby was helping her wipe up by licking her clean. Did y'all hear what I just said, y'all? Diddy was licking his sperm off of Cassie. Overthinking, paranoid mind strikes again, and I'm creeped out times 10. So on and off for the next 3 years, I was the boy toy for this rich, powerful couple 5 to 6 times a year when they came to NYC. The problem was, because of the weird circumstances, I could only get an erection about 50% of the time to really sustain a good session. This started to put tremendous stress on me to perform. I needed a solution. I couldn't lose this $2,000 session. They wasn't paying you more? My way of solving this problem, just take more pills. Next time, the dick density goal didn't work, so I tried the platinum. Then I tried the platinum with Cialis, then the platinum with Cialis and Viagra, then a platinum, a gold Cialis, and a Viagra. My God, this nigga dick had to hurt at some point. You get where I'm going with this. I was completely overdoing on these pills, thinking the more I took, the better the result, which is not how they work at all. My erections remained inconsistent and completely unpredictable. Eventually, my bootleg erection got me canned and my boy toy gig was done. $2,000 a night to fuck the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen, and I overdosed and overthought my way out of the opportunity. But in my dick's defense, a butt naked meat whacking hubby in the background, with me being deaf and hearing all the wrong shit, definitely stacked the odds against me. Sir, you are not mishearing. Sometime after, just like many of the sex store gas station drugs, dick density was just a high dose of Tadalafil, I can't pronounce that, aka Cialis. So me taking 200 milligrams of a medication that was only meant for 20 milligrams was just a waste. And luckily it didn't have side effects that could have been life-threatening. Ironically, Cialis had been working just fine for me in my other sexual situation. So my bootleg boy toy fails were all in my head. In hindsight, the boy toy situation was extremely damaging to my ability to use pills for ED help. Not understanding the role anxiety played in making pills ineffective. It created a deep degree of doubt. Taking Viagra, Cialis in these extremely high doses with no success created a negative imprint where I worried if the pill would work. Prior to this, I was fairly confident, but those days were over. And that's the thing I think people don't get. Even the men. Okay, thank you, Jess. I'm going to come back to that. Even the men in these situations are being lied to, y'all. The men are not being told what they're about to do, but they're in a situation, they're in survival mode. Anybody that's selling dick or dancing for money wants the money, and everything is a degree, right? It's a degree higher or degree less. To me, it sounds like even though these men are escorts and sex workers, they can't complain about it, but they're not okay either. Like, the men aren't okay either, y'all. The men are being lied to about what's going to happen when they get there. But because Cassie is there, it makes them feel like, oh, at least I get to fuck this beautiful woman, which is just like men, right? I don't give a fuck what's going to happen as long as I get to fuck this beautiful woman, right? And Diddy is there making you feel uncomfortable, making you feel unsafe, but he's willing to pay for it, so it's fine. It is coercion because technically you really not comfortable with this situation. And the only reason you're staying is because you're being coerced. The only reason you're going with it is for the money. And then you damaging yourself taking all of these drugs. Like, the men are not okay, y'all. You know, for everybody that thinks all of these escorts were not being like harmed or coerced or put in uncomfortable situations, they were. But again, they got their little money and they went home. It's all about perspective. Like I said earlier, if I was confident, it would work. If I wasn't, it didn't. Simple as that. So if you hit a point where the pills are not working for you, most likely it has nothing to do with the pill. Could be in your head. Pills just open your blood vessels for more blood to flow. Ironically, anxiety causes your body to restrict blood flow. And clearly the anxiety is stronger if you don't believe in your dick. It's nothing a pill can do. Then he talks about penis injections. My God, today. I'm not even going to get into that because I just don't want to. But I do think that him expressing what was happening, I feel like it coincides with everything that Cassie said. I feel like everybody is trying to find a way to enjoy something they're not comfortable with, but they're being paid, coerced, or threatened, so they're doing it. But a man that's telling you, I can't even concentrate because this nigga is making me uncomfortable, but I'm doing it for the money. Like, the men don't want to be there. That's what it's given. They want to be there for Cassie, not for him. And I think that angers him. That the women, that the men are there for Cassie. That's the whole point, y'all. That's the whole fucking point. He wants to be the one fucking these men, but the men don't want him. Even these, so-called unattractive men. Like, hold up, where is it at? Because there was like one where it showed, prosecutors revealed images of the sex workers that took part in the Diddy and Cassie freak-offs. And, just find men with big dicks. And y'all, it's funny because when I was watching Rotten Mango and she was talking about this Johnny dude, and we played a video on my channel a while back of the man who was in, he got arrested for doing something at Trump Tower. And then he starts talking about the black bourgeoisie and how he was a paid sex worker with Cassie and Diddy. And this was before a lot of this shit actually came out like to the media. And a video resurfaced because people was like, I guess he wasn't lying all the way. It sounds like some of these people have like mental illnesses, especially like now, all of these years later, shit that probably wasn't as noticeable back then. But it sounds like mixing real memories with conspiracy theories that you've kind of seen, heard, and made up. Yeah, the Black Boule. He was talking about that, this Johnny dude. So it is definitely like the Greg dude looks familiar for some reason. Unidentified, Jules, unidentified. Whoever this is, unidentified. Oh, Lord. Child. Jake looked like Maroon 5. Like, that's, y'all, it's just a lot. They also, I think we went through the photos and stuff that they posted online of her. Let me see. Okay, Demetria Lucas did her updates. Let's do her updates, and then I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here just so I can make sure I'm covering everything. But he mentioned Rick Ross in French Montana. He did. Them dudes minding their business and flashing on screens from the 9 to 5 gig. That's tough. Phantom memories too. Yeah. That's what it's given. But let's get into it, y'all. Day 6, Diddy trial. Today's recap, sourced by CNN, USA Today, Washington Post. Note, WAPO reports Diddy's children and mother are not present in the courtroom today. Dawn Richard continues her testimony from Friday. Dawn testifies that she frequently saw Diddy attack Cassie. He would punch her, choke her, drag her, slap her in the mouth. Richard testified, I saw him kick her, punch her in the stomach. Cassie attempted to cover the injuries with clothing, makeup, and sunglasses. Diddy security staff witnessed Cassie being beat on by Diddy. They wouldn't react. They wouldn't do anything, Dawn said. Once, Dawn saw Diddy punch Cassie in the face during an argument. Another time, he punched her in the stomach at a restaurant. It was a dinner attended by Usher, Jimmy Iovine, and Neo. So here's the thing about that. When you are punching Cassie in front of Jimmy Iovine, Neo, and Usher, why would you do that? 2 reasons. For one, you feel safe around these people that they're not going to say anything. For 2, you are unhinged and don't give a fuck if they want to say anything. Once, Dawn saw Diddy punch Cassie in the face during an argument. Another time, he punched her in the stomach at a restaurant. It was a diner. Okay, I read that part. Dawn testified Cassie was embarrassed and told Diddy he shouldn't have done that. He grabbed her by the neck and popped her, slapped her in the mouth, and told her to shut up, Dawn added. Again, security was present, did nothing. Dawn testified Cassie could be hit for speaking up for herself or having an opinion. She said former Bad Boy exec Harv Pierre, assistants Capricorn Clark, We heard about her. And Mia, another alleged victim of Diddy, as well as security staffers D-Rock and Roger Bonds, all saw Cassie get hit. Dawn overheard Diddy and Cassie discussing Cassie's career. He said, "I own you," Dawn recalled. And it was always wait, wait, wait. She had to wait her turn. Dawn told Cassie to leave. When Diddy found out, he told Dawn to stay out of their relationship. He told Cassie to stop or else we would pay for it, Dawn said. The we is Dawn and Kalina, I believe. Dawn testified she often saw Diddy take drugs, including weed, ketamine, and cocaine, no opiates. The drugs were delivered by a man named One Stop. He also delivered pharmaceuticals, birth control, and emergency contraceptives. Diddy kept the drugs in a Louis Vuitton toiletry bag that he carried everywhere, from domestic to overseas, Dawn said. Dawn also saw Diddy frequently carrying a handgun. Dawn confirmed she never saw Diddy pull a gun out or load it with bullets. Dawn said she was not expecting compensation for her testimony. "I'm expecting justice," she said. 2020, Dawn reached out to Diddy to work together. She said she only did it to help Dirty Money Trio member Kalina Harper. Because we know Kalina was down there to the internet begging for help to get her child back. Carrie Morgan, Cassie's former bestie for 17 years, takes the stand. I want y'all to know that Kalina is definitely like that interview. Y'all remember that video that Kalina did? Kalina's not well. Where the fuck is Tony? What the fuck is Tony doing? But it's giving Kalina's in a dark house. Just in a dark house, y'all. I'm just saying. Like, that's what it's giving. She's not well. Carrie Morgan, Cassie's former bestie for 17. That's probably why they didn't call her to the stand. I imagine that if they could call, it's not even just because Kalina won't tell the truth because she's scared of Diddy. I think it's because Kalina is, possibly, maybe on drugs. Carrie says she's testifying because she was subpoenaed, but she doesn't want to be here. "I have moved on with my life away from all these people and their problems," she said. When she first met Cassie, Cassie didn't drink much or do drugs. Carrie said she traveled with Diddy and Cassie all over the U.S., Spain, and Italy. They would all take drugs, usually provided by Diddy. She described Diddy as a very nice and extremely generous, but also sort of intimidating, and had a strong presence. The more she was around, she learned Diddy had mood swings and would get aggressive and upset, often yelling at Cassie. Diddy would call Cassie repeatedly until she answered, sometimes 50 times in a row, Carrie testified. There were also times that Diddy or his employees would contact Carrie in an attempt to reach Cassie. Carrie testified Diddy assaulted Cassie on 2 occasions, adding Diddy hit Cassie, pulled her hair, kicked her, and pushed her. She testified Diddy was not intoxicated or high during these times. On another occasion, Carrie said she and Cassie once left the house and hid on the stairs of a neighbor's house as Diddy and his security guard were looking for them. Carrie saw Diddy attack Cassie in Jamaica because Cassie was taking too long in the bathroom. "I heard Cassie screaming, so I ran into the hallway where she was," Carrie testified. She saw Diddy dragging Cassie by her hair down the hallway. Cassie eventually ran barefoot into a wooded area to escape. What is with y'all niggas dragging women down hallways? That's something niggas really like to do. She and Diddy went to look for Cassie separately. Carrie found her and the pair hid in a ditch before going back to the house, Carrie testified. Carrie saw Cassie fight back against Diddy, but she never saw any injuries on him. Carrie was at Cassie's apartment the day after the hotel incident in 2016. She says Cassie had a black eye. 30 minutes after Cassie got home, Diddy showed up yelling and banging on the door with a hammer. Cassie testified. Carrie testified. She said Cassie had no reaction. "I don't think she cared if he came in and killed her," Carrie said. Eventually, Combs left. The police arrived. Carrie can't remember who called, but Cassie wouldn't cooperate or ID herself. Carrie said she never called the police during the other incidents because Cassie didn't want her to. Carrie said, there's so many people. Why didn't call the police? Why didn't call the police? Carrie said Cassie told her she couldn't leave Diddy because he controlled everything. She added her job, her car, her apartment. He controlled everything. She would have lost all of her livelihood. Aside from her, Carrie said most of Cassie's friends were employed by or associated with Diddy. And after Cassie would hang out with them, she would want to stay with Diddy. Hold up, so with Diddy. And after Cassie would hang out with them, she would want to stay with Diddy. You could tell they were convincing her, Carrie testified. Oh, okay, got it. Like the people around. That's what we be talking about, y'all. We always talk about how the friends and the family members will try to convince you to go back to a man no matter what he's doing to you. Carrie testified Diddy assaulted her in Cassie's apartment in 2018. He let himself in while Cassie was in the bathroom. He asked Carrie who Cassie was cheating on him with. Carrie said she didn't know. Carrie said Diddy came. First of all, they were not together in 2018. To be clear, they had broken up already, if I'm sure. Like if I'm thinking back, I think they had already broken up. So like she wasn't cheat. First of all, y'all's relationship was not monogamous. You can't cheat on somebody for real. Like y'all are not monogamous. Carrie said Diddy came up behind me and choked me and then boomeranged a wooden hanger at my head, adding she had finger marks on her neck. She told Diddy's assistant, he's going crazy, like he's lost it. Carrie says the assistant just shrugged. Carrie left. Carrie met with Cassie about a month after that incident, and Cassie offered her $30,000. Carrie signed the non-disclosure agreement that day, and it was the last time she spoke to Cassie. I draw my line at physical abuse, Carrie said. Yes, Carrie received the money. Cassie was jealous of Kim Porter because Cassie couldn't go to Diddy's NYE parties. Carrie said New York, y'all know the New Year's Eve parties were really big back in the day. Carrie says Diddy was jealous when Cassie started dating Michael B. Jordan. Diddy was in an overlapping relationship with a woman named Gina that was a big problem for Cassie, Carrie testified. Carrie remembers Gina as much younger. Carrie thinks Diddy and Cassie loved each other. Sometimes she suggested they work out their issues. David James, the former assistant, takes the stand. He worked from 2007 to 2008. David met with the senior VP of HR to interview for the job. During their meeting, the executive pointed at a picture of Diddy on the wall and said to David, "This is Mr. Combs' kingdom. We're all here to serve in it." Y'all, that's crazy. I just want y'all to know that that's crazy for somebody to say that to you. It's giving cult. David said he sometimes worked 3 weeks straight without a day off. That's another part of this, y'all. When you work in the entertainment industry, I feel like there's no HR, there's no checks and balances. So people can just treat you any old type of way, including overworking you and not paying you adequately for overtime. So to me, I feel like Diddy was also guilty of taking advantage of his artists and all of his employees in a way that somebody in corporate America can't, right? Corporations have laws they have to abide by. They have checks and balances. They get away with a lot of shit. But for the most part, if you have like an outward facing company, you can't just do any old thing to people and get away with it. Diddy, on the other hand, being in the entertainment industry means that you can hide these things easier because there's nobody to go and call. There's nobody to say, hey, Diddy worked me for 3 days straight without a break and I almost passed out. Child, they was doing that down to the Lisa Frank. Okay, y'all saw that documentary. Shit, that popped up on my timeline again. So when we talk about Rico, when we talk about like him being guilty of things outside of domestic violence, the thing that pisses me off is one of the biggest things we've known about Diddy for the 30 years that he's been in the music industry is that he misuses, abuses, and fucks over all of his artists. Makes them sign bad contracts, makes it so that they owe him money versus, him paying them for all the work that they put in. That's why all of the artists were mad at him. That's why him and Mary J. Blige fell out. Him and Faye Evans fell out at one point. All of the major artists that he was cool with in the 90s, around the time when Big was alive and the time that Big died, by the time we got to the Cassie years, most of those people are not fucking with him anymore because he does not handle his business right. And that was clear from the Andre Harrell days when he went from being under Andre Harrell to having his own label. The reason why he got his own label was because they wanted to fire him because he was reckless and crazy. The only reason why they did not fire him is because I feel like they had already exposed him to shit he could use to blackmail them. So I believe, my opinion is that Diddy got his whole bad boy record company based on the shit that he was able to peep and see around Andre Harrell and the rest of those men that came before him that were, the big rigs and all of that, the big wigs in the business back then that he had to kind of, cow tie to at first. I feel like he got evidence on all of them people. They did fire him. Right. But they fired him, and then they gave him his label that was connected to their label. So it wasn't really like a firing for real. You know what I mean? Because he was still in the company after that. But yeah, it's giving you've been extorting people since the beginning. Like, it's definitely giving that. But anyway, let me continue. He said Diddy security advised him to stay in my lane, especially if he was asking too many questions. So that's another thing where you have people that you are paying for jobs to create a culture that protects you when you are doing fucked up things to other people. The culture is ignore when he's doing bad things, ignore when he's doing fucked up things, ignore when he's doing illegal things. If that's the culture of everybody around him, that's also the culture that was created, you know, when it comes to Black people, hip hop, like that's the culture. Stay in your lane. Stay in your lane. Don't say anything. Let him do it. Just take it. I knew not to mess with them, to listen to them, David added. David first met Cassie in Miami. Cassie said this lifestyle is crazy, and David suggested she leave. I can't get out, Cassie told him. She said Diddy controlled her music career, paid for her apartment, and gave her an allowance. Which is why I said that at the beginning of this live, when I was talking about the movie Greedy, and at the end of the movie, we think it's great because now Uncle Joe wants to pay for everybody. Don't let him pay for you, bitch. David described the time when business associate asked Diddy about Kim and Cassie, and Diddy said Kim was his queen. He described Cassie as moldable. He added, I got her right where I want her. She's young, David testified. Y'all remember when Kanye said, get them while they're young? Court is adjourned. Next up, a male escort, Diddy's former personal chef, and Regina Ventura.
I would like to remind people that we have just concluded the first week of an 8-week trial. So no, the prosecution will not prove their entire case in the first 5 days.
Like, stop being ridiculous. Y'all know what I am going to say I'm appreciating? I am appreciating the way I see so many people clocking the way people are reporting on this story. Like, I'm really appreciating it because I hate when I feel like I'm the only one seeing some shit. Diddy trial day 7 morning. Diddy's assistant David James returns to the witness stand. NBC notes it appears he has not changed clothes since yesterday. David testified Mama Combs called him her son, and staff said working for Bad Boy Records was like a family. He felt a sense of mission working for Diddy. That's a part of the cult. Diddy traveled with 2 cars for security. A second car always stayed to the right of the main vehicle with Diddy to prevent another car from pulling up on him and assassinating him. PTSD from Vegas. Assassinating? One of Diddy's assistants went to the hospital for dehydration after working for 24 hours. David testified there was a saying among security, you know what rhymes with tired? Fired. And I remember this too, because I remember back in the day when he would talk about his work ethic. This is the Making a Band-Aids. And he would always talk about, I'll sleep when I'm dead. I'll sleep when I'm dead. And it's just like, no, motherfucker, when you dead, you not sleeping. You dead. The fuck is going on? It's not the same, y'all, but it's the mindset to teach people to work themselves to death. That's not healthy. And he made that shit fashionable for you to be out here hustling your fucking life away. David overheard conversations between Diddy and Cassie about her career. She wanted to model and act. Diddy said she should focus on music. He didn't want her to do anything else. And I'm going to tell y'all right now, the same way he was controlling her opportunities, I think he did the same shit to them boys, to his kids. Diddy had several girlfriends. Kim Porter was the main girlfriend. Cassie and 3 other women were the other girlfriends. David did not witness violence between Diddy and Cassie. David was charged with delivering food to Cassie while she stayed at the London hotel. Diddy's staff always answered the door, not Cassie. David searched the blogs and found a post about Diddy hitting Cassie at a club. This is how you know the shit was happening. It's just that the stories come up and somebody pays for them to get scrubbed, or they pay for the story to go away, and then we just act like we never heard any of this shit. Later, Diddy searched David's internet history, found the blog, and said someone was lying. Now, why the fuck is you searching this man's internet history? That's another telltale sign of how controlling he is. Paying attention to every single detail, trying to control every detail of everybody around him, y'all. That's crazy. Note, Cassie testified last week Combs put her up at the hotel after he attacked her in the back of a car. She ran. His security brought her back. She said she couldn't leave. David would set up Diddy's hotel rooms before he arrived. Diddy's favorite hotel was Trump International. Diddy's LV med bag. We already told y'all what they had in there, all of the Astroglide. When he restocked food and drink, he would pay and be reimbursed by Bad Boy. This is also like knowledge of them escaping the ramifications of using Bad Boy generated money, using Sean Diddy Combs clothing line, like all of the ways that he's bringing in money. He's then using that money to buy the drugs, buy the prostitutes. So he knows this is illegal, y'all. This is why I keep telling y'all, stop acting like these people don't know what the fuck they're doing. He knows that this is illegal because when you go buy shit that I don't want people to know that we're buying on my dime, on my business dime, I want you to just get it out of pocket and I'm gonna pay you back with cash. So that means there's no paper trail of me purchasing these things. Why would they have that in play if Diddy he wasn't already thinking ahead about getting caught? And that's what I'm saying to y'all. When men do these things, they've already obsessed about how they can get caught. They've already obsessed about how they can get caught. And they're thinking about every single aspect in order to try to protect themselves from getting caught. Remember what Diddy said? We're going to show y'all how to make this money and not go to jail. The defense asked David to confirm Diddy didn't use company money to pay for the baby oil and such. David responds, I mean, it's all his money. David said Diddy never stayed alone when he traveled. Usually Cassie was with him, but other women as well. David once delivered an iPod to Diddy in a Miami hotel room. He found Cassie in bed and a long-haired man in the room. Diddy was in the shower. He never brought it up to them. I never had conversations with Cassie or Mr. Combs about their personal affairs. That's unprofessional. You're a security guard or assistant. You don't say shit. David saw Diddy take drugs and give them to friends. Sometimes David procured drugs. During a trip to Saint-Tropez, David arranged cocaine for a friend of Diddy's, but the friend asked, not Diddy. That doesn't mean Diddy didn't know. David said he assumed he had to do it. At a party in LA, Diddy sent him back to the house to get E for a friend. One stop also brought drugs. Diddy preferred Percocet for business and ecstasy at night. David took a lie detector test. That's why he was always wearing them fucking sunglasses, cockeyed ass nigga. David took a lie detector test twice. Money went missing, and Diddy had him tested by a man who said he was a former FBI agent. The second time was after a watch went missing. Probably either somebody stole it or you lost it. You're always on drugs. Diddy security searched David's clothes and drawers after a Cartier bracelet was missing. David took E at a New Year's Eve party and Diddy recorded him. What I just said, y'all. I will keep it if I need it. Diddy told him of the video. He thought it would be embarrassing to me, David testified. David, that's what I'm saying. Like, this is how you get people to do what you want them to do. You make them feel all relaxed. You provide them with the drugs and then record them taking it so that you can use it to blackmail them. It's the same thing Hugh Hefner did. It's the same thing y'all stupid ass president did. David got into an altercation with Diddy's chef, a woman at the Star Island residence. He grabbed her wrist, squeezed, and told her to stay in her lane. The incident was reported by Bad Boy. So David is the same type of nigga. So what we come to understand when we read this shit. David is abusive towards women just like Diddy is in some capacity. Maybe not to the same level, not to the same degree. But why are you grabbing the chef, grabbing her wrist and all of that? When Diddy heard he chastised David, you can't be putting your hands on women, and said he would fire David if it happened again. Ain't that some shit? He told David to write the chef a note and get her a gift. He did. Diddy also threatened to fire David when David was caught smoking weed. Diddy and the chef sometimes physically fought. We heard about this. Once Diddy told David to report the chef to the police, saying the chef hit him first. David refused. I did not want to make a false report, he testified. So David is saying, and I think we've seen the chef before, black lady, red hair. I think I could be wrong. I can't remember. Anyway, Either way, Diddy told David to report to the police that the chef attacked him, but he didn't want to lie because that wasn't true. So this nigga lies. Let's continue. Remember when Cassie said they were mid F off and Diddy got word Suge Knight was nearby? D-Rock was at the diner. He saw Suge. David testified Suge was outside wielding a gun. D-Rock came back to the house, told Diddy. David testified Diddy ordered him to drive to the diner. Diddy sat in the back seat with 3 handguns on his lap. For what? David said that was the first time he realized his life was in danger. He quit with 6 months notice to train the next assistant. White people be like, you ain't about to kill me, nigga. I'm about to get out of here. Defense asked David why he didn't give these details to investigators. He said he was instructed not to say anything that will incriminate himself. David's lawyer brokered a proffer agreement that gives him some protection from prosecution. So the reason why I wanted to read that to y'all is because I want y'all to remember about Kelsey. Kelsey in the Meg Thee Stallion situation, where somebody has done illegal shit that can be used against them. And so they get some type of agreement to protect them so that they will testify. It doesn't mean they're guilty of the crime they're there to testify about just because they're given immunity or they're given some type of deal so where they don't get in trouble for what they're about to tell you about. Because they did something incriminating, but it's not as serious as the main thing we're here for. Hello. They probably gave him the deal because he got the drugs and all of that. That's a part of it, right? You picking up drugs, dropping off drugs, that type of shit. Yeah, they could have hemmed him up for that. They could have hemmed him up for that. So that's why they gave him a deal. Okay. So Cassie's mama takes the stand. According to Cassie's mama, Diddy was pissed when he discovered Cassie was dating Kid Cudi. Diddy was angry that he spent money on Cassie and she was dating another man. Mind you, you locked that girl into a 10-album deal, didn't make good on it. She made 1 album and you used her as a sex slave. You didn't spend money on her. You did not spend money on her. Like, stop saying it like that. That's not what was happening. You were paying to keep a slave comfortable. That's what you were doing. You were paying to keep the slave comfortable. According to Cassie's mama, I said that Cassie sent an email using an alias to her mom and a Diddy employee. Child, Cassie was smart sometimes, saying Diddy threatened to release 2 sex tapes of her. The first on Christmas Day. Child, niggas love ruining holidays for everybody. He had also threatened to hurt Cassie and Cudi physically, but it wouldn't be by his own hand. I was physically sick, Mama Ventura testified. Combs personally demanded $20,000 from Cassie's mom in recoup money he had spent on Cassie. Cassie's parents took out a home equity loan for the money. Diddy's bad boy bookkeeper sent the wire instructions for a bad boy account via email. The money was wired back to the Venturas with no explanation 4 to 5 days later without explanation. Okay. So he made them take out a loan for the $20,000 and then sent it back to them. He didn't need the money. It was something to do to exert control and power over somebody. I think it was also to let Cassie know, I can buy your parents if I want. And you're not buying their loyalty, but I can buy their silence. Your people ain't got it like that, but they'll scratch and survive to come up with that money to keep this shit quiet. That lets me know how far they will go to keep all of this quiet. I'm just saying, like, people was like, he gave the money back. Bitch, that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant. It is a tactic to dominate people, to show them that money can buy anything. Bitch, you might as well lay there and take it. I'm just going to pay my way out of the situation. December 2011, Cassie confirmed to her mom that Diddy was beating her. Mama Ventura had previously suspected, but Cassie denied. 2011, Mama Ventura took photos of Cassie's bruised body to make record of the beatings by Cassie's then boyfriend Diddy. Mama Ventura and Diddy got into a bitter argument outside of Cassie's apartment after he took Cassie's phone. She said, I tried to hit him, but I was unsuccessful. Y'all know how the mamas be. You know, you try to hit him, you weren't really gonna hit nothing. Mama Ventura called the police on Diddy. Everybody was like, why they didn't call the police when he extorted? So if a motherfucker tell me that if I don't pay them this money, they gonna put out 2 sex tapes on my daughter on Christmas fucking day. If I go to the police, you don't think they're gonna put the video out? You don't think the video will end up on the blog somewhere? They paid so that the video would not come out. Okay? People was really being real stupid in the comments about this shit. Talking about he gave the money back. That's a relevant dumbass bitch. But the mama called the police on Diddy. Eventually, Diddy gave the phone back and he took Cassie's car instead. The defense declined to cross-examine Mama Ventura. So that means Diddy's lawyers didn't have any questions and they weren't trying to make the mama out to be a liar, basically. But I think it's funny that the mom called the police and he ran. And then Cassie's probably not going to say his name. She's not going to actually file a report herself. The victims actually have to do this shit for themselves sometimes, y'all. Like in cases with DV and assault, like, you know, rape, women have to be their own advocates at some point. They have to tell their own story at some point because otherwise it's just hearsay. So the police can be called. But if she feel like it's worse if the police are called, if she feels like that's the worst option, then every time the police are called, she's going to lie. But also, as y'all see, when the police are called, sometimes he can just pay people off. So it's very annoying when motherfuckers be saying shit like, why they didn't call the police? Girl, why? Why is his rich ass extorting that lady's parents? That's a better question. Stupid. Oh my God. Sheree Hayes, aka the Punisher, came on and told us about, you know, all of the things I read about in his book and his dick and all of that, y'all. NBC reports the police were called in 2008 over an issue with Diddy's personal chef. David James, Diddy's personal assistant, said the chef was fired and upset but made no threats. Up next, Dr. Dawn Hughes, a clinical forensic psychologist, then an employee who quit after witnessing Cassie being beat. They also said that Kid Cudi is going to testify, but we have not seen that yet. Okay, so let me. Okay, I ran my Zane. Diddy is not mentioned once on this entire episode. Okay, I'm gonna have to go listen to that once I get off of here. Let me just do one more check, y'all, to see if there's any, you know, new shit coming out. Come on, SZA defending Megan Thee Stallion against Tory Lanez and his supporters. Child, somebody say something, Jesus. Not Jennifer Williams' husband being called out by baby mama. Girl. I'm gonna 3D print. Okay, hold up. I just want to make sure before I get out of here, girl. Where's the on insight, y'all? But yeah, I think I gave y'all a good long show today. I'm tired now, Jesus. Feds say Diddy was preparing for one last freak off before arrest. Elias Frank Black used on drug bottles found in hotel room. Child. Not the nigga. Listen, it's definitely giving him and Carisha was about to have one last hoorah. They was fitting to go at it one more time before he went to jail, child. I'm telling y'all, I believe that he has abused those kids. Chris Brown, Granny Bell, we saw that. I was just trying to see if there's anything else new. All right. Yeah, I think that's it, y'all. That's it. That's all I got for y'all today. Thank y'all so much for coming through. It was like 1,500 people in the room today. Thank you. Whew. All right, y'all. Today is Wednesday. We about to close up on week 3, which means we're almost halfway done with this shit. Almost. Ah, this is exhausting. Well, there is a Ooh Ladies First panel tomorrow on Jamie's channel, I believe. So I will see y'all there. Why every live somebody asking about Ali Carter? What's up with that? Why do I see that in my comments every time I'm up here these past couple of times? Like what is that? Like why does that keep happening? Ali Carter disappearance sparks outrage after leaking. Like I don't even know who she is. She a writer, best-selling author. I might have to go look into it, y'all. I don't even know who that is. Anyway, let me read the rest of these super chats before I get out of here. Caramel Zoll, thank you for the super chat. I listened to a legit hip hop podcast called Thought Crimes, who recently did a stream verifying insider info that a hit was put out on Meg, and that's what actually led to her getting shot. A conspiracy might not be far off, to be honest. Okay. So if somebody put a hit out on her, why? For one, and then for two, who do you think paid to do it? Who do you think got paid to do it? Goody? Because I mean, that doesn't make any sense, y'all. It just doesn't make any sense for him not to say. Like, that's all. And if somebody put a hit out on her, it doesn't make sense for her to lie about who did it. Goody, thank you for being a member for 22 months. 2002, convicted of unaliving his girlfriend. 2008, sentenced to 6 years for assault with a deadly weapon by a prisoner. He was in jail. So this is all about Tory Lanez, that history we was talking about that was so hard to find earlier. Najee Bishop, thank you for being a member for 20 months. Please let that leprechaun stay in jail. Thank you. Carla R, thank you for the super sticker. Songbird, thank you for being a member for 25 months. Thanks for entertaining us and educating us. This Diddy trial is wild and disturbing. It very much is. Jersey Girl, thank you for the super chat. Tory didn't F off all this tourism up in Canada. Chelsea Janice, thank you for the super chat. Boo, love all these lives you've been giving us. Shout out to you for your birthday month. Bow, bow, bow. Thank you. Okay, listen. Bow, bow, bow. But I love y'all for real. I hope y'all have a good rest of y'all day. Thank you for everybody that gave to my super chats. Okay. I'm gonna run it and I'm gonna get out of here. So peace out.
Anywhere you go.